Hey all. Hey all, I am live right now for the final Saturday buffet of season 2 of Otaku no Video. That's right. I will be taking some time off for the next few months. This is your last chance to watch some Saturday buffet for at least a while. So I hope you'll join me for the latest anime and manga news. Plus, we're going to talk about the future of Otaku no Video, some ideas you all have had for changes, and we're going to discuss how to make those changes. So if you want your vote and your views counted for how things should be, please join me and chat down there in the chat room, and I will be happy to hear what you all think. So I hope you join me right now on YouTube Live. Head on over to my YouTube channel; you'll see it right there, and I hope to see you live right now. All right, we'll see how that works. I got a couple viewers, so let me head on over to the thing. It's taking a while. That will probably slow this down as well, but that's how things are. Live events. Um, and then we click there, and then we view just the comment. I think there's a way of doing that. How do I view just comments? View all comments. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, Sebastian. Mexican Otaku, Dark Devil. Long live rock and roll. Claim. Welcome, welcome. So it should be an interesting night. I have lots of plans for next season that I'll be talking about. And I'll be getting all of yours thoughts on that as well. All of yours. I'll be getting your thoughts on that too. So it should be a lot of fun. Hey, Walking Dead. That's not too bad. So it's uploading I just did a video. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting show. Before we do anything else, let me go grab the other um, laptop. So apologies for the kind of the lateness of this. I was actually doing some garden work this afternoon with my parents. Excuse me, with my parents. So we got a bunch of stuff taken care of in the garden, which was very nice, all cleaned up for the new year, so to speak. So it's very nice, very nice to get the garden feeling good, so I can start planting things out. I got a bunch more space for vegetables now, actually, which is a nice feeling. Yeah. What that's doing there? There. Getting already. So how are you all doing? How's your week been? Your couple of weeks. It's been a while. So I've been out. I was actually in the Great Northern Wastes last week, up in Canada, the Northwest Territories, very remote area of the Northwest Territories. That was cool. So Sebastian watched the Madoka movie and Heaven's Lost Property. Ah, yes, the famous slash infamous Heaven's Lost Property. Yeah, Claim. Try some different browsers. Flash is always a problem. You know, one of those technologies that's always a little funky. Flash has always been kind of a hack. Yeah, Heaven's Lost Property kind of creeped me out. I watched the first episode of that and just really didn't like the emotional approach, I guess. F, nice. Yeah, I watched Memories and did a review of that, and I have Melodies, but haven't watched A Tale of Melodies yet. I would like to do that. That will probably go on the short list. Yeah, F was a bit of a surprise. Nick actually recommended that we watch that, and we watched that together. And about halfway through, we were both like, "I don't know how much more of this I can take," but we went through, and it was, you know, Memories was definitely a memorable show. Haha. But that was worth it. In terms of anime, I watched the new Captain Harlock CGI movie. I didn't mention that before. That was pretty cool. That was quite interesting, especially for someone who's seen a lot of Harlock. But the new 2013 CGI movie certainly felt like Harlock, but it was a re oh, I don't want I don't want to call it a remake or a reimagining. Kind of a reboot, although most Harlock series are reboots on some level. I mean, none of them really, or few of them all really fit in the same exact timeline. But this certainly felt like a darker thing. Well, the director Aramaki said that um, if, he wanted to do kind of like what Nolan did with the Batman movies, and that's not far off from what he accomplished. Space Dandy, nice. Ooh, 5 centimeters per second. That's a fun one. That is a fun one. Okay, I don't see a news link for this week, which might happen. Secret Weapon Vincent might have forgotten. I mentioned this to him a couple weeks ago, but it's always hard to say, do nothing for 2 weeks and then do something. Heaven's Lost Property is infamous for the fan service, the panties thing. I'm sorry, the end credits panties thing. And it's infamous for the servile girl with collars and sort of over the top fan service. It was seen as a bit beyond the pale, even by anime standards. Why am I getting emails for every comment on this? That's a problem. Hopefully I'll be able to turn that off. Okay. Otherwise, I'll have to keep an eye out for the news. Um, Worst comes to worst, I may have to build it together myself. Yeah, all those visual novel adaptations. Adapting a visual novel is not a straightforward proposition. You have all these branching storylines, and you got to decide how you're going to handle that. Amagami famously decided to, no, we're just going to tell, each storyline in 4 episodes and then reset, which seemed to work pretty well for that. Hmm. Not much in the way of news thus far from what I'm looking at. Flowers of Evil manga ends next month. Um, oh, a Cinderella Girls anime. Idolmaster Cinderella Girls anime in 2015. That's cool. Certainly popular. Attack on Titan #5 in U.S. bookstores in March. Um, live action ads for Minoko Magica film, which are just, they don't mean anything. It's just they just said, oh, we'll put some real girls in those sorts of situations. Promos for various stuff. Kendaichi Files streaming on Crunchyroll. Um, oh, Manga Museum screening the first Macross movie outdoors. Crunchyroll streaming various things. Yeah, we could probably skip the news this week. There's just not that much. This is pretty much all streaming news. Well, today, oh well, there's a lot to skim through here. Maybe. Um, and more ads for Knights of Sidonia anime. Hmm. Bonus chapter of Dragon Ball to run in Shonen Jump on Monday. Interesting. I'm just gonna click through on that one because that's actually by Toriyama. That's pretty remarkable. Um, New Fairy Tail streaming. Prince of Tennis roll cakes. Yeah, this is scraping the bottom of the barrel news wise. Nominees for the Kodansha Manga Awards. Heh. Taro Aso did a manga buying thing. He's a former prime minister who proclaimed to be a manga fan and clearly was. I mean, he knew a lot about manga, so he went out and bought some manga when that big tax hike came in. Um, oh, Sadamoto designed Attack on Titan characters for the live action adaptation, a live action adaptation. Interesting. Um, hmm. So that Dragon Ball thing is it's a one-shot chapter. Presumably, it's by Toriyama. Interesting. Yeah. And now ANN stops loading for me. Good old ANN. Yes, there's an upcoming live action adaptation of Say I Love You. It's Japanese. And yes, it is a Madoka live action. They're just ads though. So for the upcoming animated film, they made a couple of live action ads for it. That's all. Um, yeah, I mean, different works adapt to live action better than others. Yeah, I mentioned there was a plan for a live action version of Witch Hunter Robin, and that would be very straightforward to adapt to live action. It felt live action to begin with. Ghost in the Shell would fit live action pretty easily, but Dragon Ball, it's a tougher thing to fit. Hey, Eric. Hey, Camille. Camille. Wow. Cannot find server Anime News Network. Hopefully that's not a Not a laptop problem. We shall see. I was really tempted to do an April Fool's video this week where I was going to say that I was going to finally just cave to the pressure, and I'm going to review Naruto one episode at a time, one episode a week from now on. So it's going to be one episode of, one video a week of starting at the first episode of Naruto, one episode at all through. So I should be done around 2027. So that was the April Fool's plan, but never got around to doing the video. Partly because, I mean, kind of a fun joke, but also I'm at the end of the season. Wasn't sure if it was really in good taste or not. So, oh well. Hey, Dark Devil. Yeah, from what I can tell of this, and doesn't want to load here. I think it's just voice actors doing the live action scenes from Madoka, so it's not like actual 10-year-old girls or however old they're supposed to be. Ah, BlazBlue Guilty Gear, yeah, or BlazBlue, whatever. Hey, Validus. There weren't as many April Fools this year as I'm used to. I saw a few, but it wasn't as crazy as it usually is. And the Google Pokemon thing turned out to be a real thing. I thought that was a joke for most of the video, and realized, oh no, they actually did make this app. That's kind of funny. Detective Conan. Hmm. Now you could probably do Detective Conan live action actually. Find the right kids. That'd be kind of interesting actually. Yeah, would have been fun to just say, okay, no, Naruto is the greatest anime ever, and I'm gonna just review that exclusively, because it's the only anime worth reviewing. That would have been fun. Partly because it would be such an obvious joke. Um, you know, I'd have to present it completely straight, but it would be silly. I don't know. For me, for April Fools, part of the fun of it is choosing something that is um, like right on the edge of believability. But the more you think about it, the more you realize how absurd it is. It has to be something like there was one that came out a while back that Google was doing self-flying planes, and that they had announced that they had this like 747 fly, and they hadn't told anyone on the flight that it was controlled entirely by Google staff, or a Google algorithm rather. So it's got the self-driving car thing in there, but the idea that they were able to do this completely in secret, and that the FAA didn't completely annihilate them, and it just, the more you think about that, the more absurd it gets. So that's the kind of thing I like for April Fools. What big Gundam news? I'm not familiar with the big Gundam news. I have not been keeping an eye out. What is the big Gundam news? And I have not finished Gundam Build Fighters, by the way. I'm like 6 episodes from the end. Actually, that was a really fun. Speaking of titling the video, somebody did an April Fool's joke. I think it was NPR, where they did basically a troll headline, but then the article said April Fools. Uh, Thank you all for supporting us and so forth. Um, uh, if you think this is funny, please do not comment, but just like this article, and we'll see what happens in the comments. And sure enough, the comments just got full with all sorts of people responding to the headline and not reading any of the article. because there was no. I mean, the article was entirely this is an April Fool's joke. So I thought that was kind of hilarious that they did this absurd thing that um, I forget what it was, but it was this pretty ridiculous headline, and folks fell for it. Can you link to that news item, Dark Devil and or Camille? I am intrigued, not surprised. The Tomino is doing a new Gundam series. Okay, so I think my laptop here is the one having problems because I can scroll through it. Nope. Okay, it was a temporary glitch on their side. So let me see if I can and see if that's on ANN anywhere. Well, actually, I should probably just search ANN for that. Not that ANN always has all the news, but they're pretty good. They're very good actually in terms of all that stuff. Let's see here. But their JavaScript is broken. Good, good. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, no, there we go. No, 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 no. Oh, their search doesn't want to load, so I can't do that. How fun. Bandai streams Tiger and Bunny thing. Crunchyroll streamed the new Mushishi. Um, Live action Attack on Titan film, that's worth mentioning. Wow, fan recreates Cardcaptor Sakura opening in 3D. Not news, but pretty cool. Hmm. There we go. Any chance we can just look at news? Yes. No results in news for Gundam. Right. Great job, Annan. Okay, so Bandai confirmed three main projects to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Gundam. Episode 10 of Gundam UC, Gundam Unicorn. Gundam G no Reconquista, which is the new Tomino project, will debut this fall, set in the Re-Guild century after UC, following an organization projecting a space elevator. Character designer Kenichi Yoshida. And then Gundam The Origin. This will just talk about. Oh, interesting. So this will be not Gundam the Origin as in the manga, Gundam the Origin as in the origin of the characters within the original Mobile Suit Gundam. 4-episode adaptation of stuff that happened before the 1 Year War. And an Art of Gundam exhibit. Cool. So Kenichi Yoshida, the character designer for this new Gundam project, has worked on a lot of stuff. I don't see a character design credit for him anywhere else, though. Eureka 7 AO or AO or whatever. And okay, so we did character designs for Eureka 7. That's his major thing that I'm seeing. And Overman King Gainer. Okay, so he's worked with Tomino before. What else? Those look like the only character design work, but he's also worked on Gundam Unicorn, Evangelion, only yesterday. Oh, he was quite the. He's a key animator at Ghibli. Worked on Turn A, Wolf's Rain, Gunsmith Cats, Gunbuster 2, Diebuster, Giant Robo, Bebop the Movie, Den-O Coil. What nice. And he also worked on Attack on Titan. So definitely a veteran there. Interesting. Cool, cool, cool. That's cool, Mexican Otaku. You're watching Slam Dunk and sports anime. Those can certainly get you going. Those are those are fun. Um, yeah, I'm probably gonna finish Idolmaster sometime soon. I started rewatching some of that. I'd like to finish that up. Okay. Just skimming through for anything else worth mentioning. Really, the Dragon Ball bonus story. Sadamoto doing the Attack on Titan live action. Um, Designs. Let's see here. He's designing the characters. How can you design the characters for a live action film? Unless he's designing the Titans. Huh. Don't know. So when did that come out? So I can add that to the queue. That was March 20th. Okay, so that was a while back. I would have a lot to skim through, wouldn't I? Article that Toriyama became disinterested in fighting manga while he was making Dragon Ball. Well, that's no shock. He's famous for getting really tired of particularly DBZ. Wow, lots of ads for Knights of Sidonia. That is again one of those things where they're trying to make it big. Bokurano. I don't know if I can handle Bokurano. I have problems with children in danger. Knights of Sidonia feels very Gundam. The manga feels very Gundam. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Knights of Sidonia worked out. I got, I think, 3 volumes into the manga, and I think that's all it was out at the time. And I was intrigued. I like to see where it goes. I like to see how they adapt it for anime. And as I showed earlier, the visual style they're taking is a little different, which is good. Oh, what are the issues with Bokurano in France? That's interesting. Oh, Stu Levy did an AMA. I would like to read that. Again, not much of news there. Fujio getting his own magazine. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. I don't know if it's a news item, but I'm gonna dive into it. It's odd enough. That's the creator of Doraemon, who's actually two people, and it's just interesting. Um, hmm. Oh, Osamu Tezuka's daughter found new sketches from Tezuka. Hmm. Artists reimagine Akira in various Western styles. Hatsune Miku branded keyboard, fun but not anime. Short films Ghost in the Shell, Arise, Borderless. Hmm. An important announcement in the next Certain Magical Index novel. Again, not news because we don't know what the announcement is yet. Oh, a new Macross series. That's news as well. Gosh, so many news stories. Yeah, the Majin Buu cycle that he really got annoyed with. Toriyama. I can see why. Gotcha, claim. That makes sense. Kind of like what happened with oh, what was it? Uh, oh, it's a lowly story that the Seven Seas picked up and then dropped when they discovered that the story goes in a rather more etchy direction than they expected. Um, it's not Kodomo no Omocha. It's Kodomo no something else. Kodomo no Jikan. Kodomo no Jikan. Hmm. Okay, so that makes sense. Wow. Um, so Osamu Tezuka's daughter unlocked one of her father's desk drawers, which had been locked since he passed away in 1989. She found two drawings. Well, they found some drawings in there, including drafts of the protagonists for Marvelous Melmo and a risque sketch of a female mouse, as well as a handwritten essay about Katsuhiro Otomo, the director of Akira and creator of Akira. Hello. That I want to read. I'm expecting that's not available in English anywhere, but man, hello. What did Tezuka think about about Akira? What an interesting question. Let's check out this these images. Those are risque images of a mouse. Okay. Weird. Okay, so there's a teaser video for the next Macross TV anime series. Um, it was aired after the end of a run of Macross Frontier. Um, oh, okay. There's nothing in it though. It's just they talk about all the different um, Macross series and says then a new one is coming. Boom. Yes, a distinctly feminine mouse is a great way of putting it. I remember when I was in Best Buy. I think it was Best Buy. Yeah, back when they sold anime. And actually, no, it wasn't even Best Buy. It was like a Micro Center. Anyway, this is back in like the late '90s, and they had in their like kids section, kids cartoon section, Bubblegum Crisis, which not only contains a lot of pretty intense violence, also just straight up full scale female nudity. Like no sex, but it's definitely violent and lots of, well, not lots of, but there's a significant amount of nudity in there. It's like, yeah, no, that's not a kid's film, just not. I have not read fan made Guy Gene comics. They're Mexican. Can't help you there. Let's see. Hmm. Sony has a head-mounted device allowing you to step inside an anime. That's kind of interesting. Promos for various things. Oh, and there's a weird. Wow, that's a weird image. Katsuhiro Tomo drawing Astro Boy for a magazine. Huh. Tomo's weird. Awesome, but weird. And then just various. There's an anime coming out in the summer. Trailers, 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 etc., etc., etc. Interesting. Hey, anime guy. Yeah, well, the problem is, the box made it pretty clear that this was not a kids cartoon. It wasn't, didn't have blood spurting out all over the place, but it was like, I think if you were to at least flip over the box to the back, you'd see this is not so good. And I don't think they had a rating on it though. Not that ratings mean much of anything anyway. Oh yeah, yeah. Urtsuka Doji showing up in different places. That happened. Yeah, there's certainly better understanding that cartoons can be not for kids. Well, we had a fortunately we've now the pendulum swung in both directions. I mean, after the all cartoons are for kids, then there was this view that all anime was hyper violent, tentacle porn. So that was, we've moved beyond that too, mostly, which is good. Ooh, this is starting to slow me down. Ooh, that's not good. Computer getting slow. Oh, it's loading a. You haven't launched this computer in 7 days, so we need you to update all your software. Barefoot Gen pulled from a school library shelves because of its um, mild, well, actually not so mild. It's not racism; it's prejudiced language, which is certainly there. It is often not kind. Yeah, yeah. Mexican otaku anime is basically Naruto, Dragon Ball Z. I mean, yeah, these days it's also oh, Cardfight Vanguard and Yu-Gi-Oh and all those things. I mean, folks are generally aware that there are more anime than just those most popular ones, like Pokemon and such. But I think like you say, they kind of slotted into either um, shonen series aimed at tweens, or Ghibli films, and then that's about it. I'd love to see um, a couple of short comic strips taking the Hitalia Axis Powers approach to the thing in the Ukraine. Doing the whole thing with Russia and Crimea and Ukraine and all that as personified anime characters. I'd like to see that. Um, oh, Weirded Our cartoons are shown in cinemas. Akira has been shown on film screens over here. Ghost in the Shell, the movie as well. It happens, but there are almost zero R-rated anime films to begin with. That's extremely unusual. Yeah, see, I kind of lump Dragon Ball Z into those fighting shows for tweens category. And it's aimed at a slightly older audience, but it's still basically that. Well, yeah, I mean, anime has become. This is why I love doing this live show because we get into these conversations. Um, Anime has become like so many other um, uh, subcultures where it's like most people don't know about science fiction subcultures. Most people have not read Dune or Starship Troopers. Most of them don't know who Poul Anderson is. But if you get into science fiction, you know those names, and some people have actually read those books. There are now those multiple levels where it used to be folks had like this singular view of anime, and it was very binary. Either you kind of knew nothing or you were a fan. And so now we have more of a range of understanding, which is good. It's a certain maturation of the whole thing. Well, Dark Devil, almost no anime is shown for a wide audience. It's not whether it's R-rated or not. Very few anime series are shown, or I'm sorry, anime films are released wide. They don't make money, so there's no money in it. There's no reason for a distributor to do a wide release of an anime movie because they go bankrupt trying to get it into all those theaters, making that many copies of it. Mr. Otaku, I think I know what you're talking about. Well, there's I know there's one called Afghanistan, as in dash TAN. So you have like the OS tons. There was Afghanistan and Pakistan, as little lowly girls being bullied around by US ton or America ton, which was pretty adorable. Anime guy, I've not finished Koakaze. Um, what I've been watching recently, let me see. I don't think there's that much since we last met. I mentioned the Captain Harlock CGI film from 2013. Watched that. Also watched a bit more of Idolmaster. I checked out some of the more recent shows, I think. But no, nothing really new, to be honest. I've been catching up on Community, the American show. That's been amazing. They did a G.I. Joe episode this week that was just stunning, just stunningly well done. What else was there that I've been watching? I've been actually reading a lot. I've been reading The Age of Innocence, reading that book I showed you last time, Robot Ghost and Wired Dreams, I believe is the name of it, which is a book about Japanese science fiction. Fascinating. What else? So I read The Age of Innocence by Edith Wharton for a book club. Fascinating book. Hmm. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't know. I downloaded a bunch of stuff. Tried to download some classics. So Space Battleship Yamato, Crest of the Stars, other stuff, but haven't gotten a chance to watch them, unfortunately. I want to finish Gundam Build Fighters, to be honest, but it just hasn't gotten there yet. You're absolutely right, Claim, that now at conventions you see more than just the hardcore geeks there. It's now folks who are just curious who go in, and even like the what do they call them, the otaku moms, the moms who bring their 12-year-old in to watch them. They'll talk about anime too. They watch them with their kids, and they'll check things out. They're much more curious than they used to be when it was just I'm here as a parental unit, which is good. And yeah, you're right, Long Live Rock and Roll, that there are a lot more people who watch anime casually. A lot of folks who aren't necessarily otaku who watch Bleach, for example. So that's good. Am I surprised Space Dandy got a second season? I am a little bit. Space Dandy does not seem to have been getting that much attention. Well, attention's the wrong word. Um, Space Dandy has not seemed to be getting as much love as I would expect. Folks have been writing about it and talking about it. It's been kind of controversial. but it didn't seem to be a huge success. It seemed to be getting a lot of folks' dander up, and folks saying, I don't know about this, I'm going to watch a bit more. And then later on, folks were like, oh, this is actually turning out pretty good. But there just wasn't a lot of enthusiasm for the show. So in that sense, I'm surprised it got a second season. On the other hand, Space Dandy is in a very weird place, being by Shinichiro Watanabe, who's in a very weird place, just in terms of the Bebop connection. So the rules kind of don't apply anyway. Yeah, and you're right, Long Live. Video games certainly help a lot. Geekdom has become more mainstream to a great extent thanks to video game culture, for better or worse. So that is a thing. Good point. All right, I need to hit the bathroom, but first, and I kind of wanted to skim through more of the news stories so I would catch all of them, but I've only gotten through some amount. Okay, that's worth noting. See here, and then we should be scrolling down and getting okay, the wins for Tokyo Anime Award Festival are worth doing, and then then we'll do the okay. I'm finding some interesting stuff here now. So yeah, second season for Space Dandy, and second season of Free. I don't know if I had mentioned the second season of Free before, but I will mention that. And now I'm down to March 21st. Gosh. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to cut it off here. And say that that's yeah. Okay, yeah. Only so much I can do. And that's a really bright shot of sunlight, so I need to switch that around. Just so I'm not half blinded by light or half covered with shining finger, so to speak. I'm with you, Camille. I watched like 4 episodes of Space Dandy, and no. Yeah, execution is everything. It really is. This is why when you have a neat idea and then you go to folks who actually do things with their lives and or do things with those ideas. And to have this really neat idea, they don't get all that excited. They may say, "Oh, that's really neat," but they don't jump up and down as much as other people do because they know actually getting it made is the hard bit, and making all those little decisions about how that actually looks, that's the hard part. That's the really tough bit. All right, so let me record the news, and then we're going to talk about talking to a video. I have some neat stuff lined up for season 3, and some stuff to show you guys, and some stuff to talk over because I don't want to do all this stuff without hearing what you think and getting your feedback and getting your ideas as well. This is all for you. So this is all about making this cool for you all. So let me do the news, and then we'll talk about some cool stuff, and you guys can give me your thoughts and suggestions. All right. So now we record the news. And welcome back to the anime and manga news for the week ending April 5th, 2014. Quite a few things over the past couple of weeks, because it's been a while since I did a video. Shinichiro Watanabe and Yoko Kanno are back for an anime series called Zankyo no Terror. This will be a series set in the near future, focusing on focusing on terrorism, if you will, which is rather interesting. So at least two alumni from Cowboy Bebop working together again. That's pretty cool. Sony announced and actually demoed a new virtual reality goggle thing that lets you step inside an anime. So they basically hooked up Idolmaster, the Idolmaster game, to this device, and you can kind of move around the Idolmaster studio area space, or the offices of the Idolmaster girls, and wander around and see the various characters. And there's Miki in the corner and all that kind of good stuff. So that's kind of cool. You can kind of walk around an anime environment with these goggles. It'd be interesting to see how that affects anime in future if they decide to make that sort of you can do some interesting synthesizing stuff where you have the anime series and then you have kind of a game where you're actually wandering around the environment of the anime series, now that the CGI graphics have managed to mimic that very effectively. So we'll see. Let's see here. What else? There is a let's see here. A couple of weird items before we get into some of the other big stuff. Well, actually, let's get into some of the big stuff before that. So some of the big stuff. New Gundam series coming up. Several new Gundam series, actually. The 35th anniversary of Gundam is coming up shortly. So Bandai has announced several new projects. See here. One of them, well, really two of them. One of them is just the end of Gundam Unicorn. Episode 7 will be in theaters May 17th. And then one of the new anime series is called Gundam Reconquista in G, or Gundam G no Reconquista, which is an anime series by Yoshiyuki Tomino, the creator of Gundam, or one of the creators. It's his first work in Gundam since the Zeta Gundam film trilogy. It'll debut this fall, set in the Re-Guild century, which is set chronologically after Universal Century. So still in the same kind of timeline, but much further in a new era, following a pilot trainee named Beruri Zenamu, who's in the Capital Guard, and driving a space elevator. Kind of an interesting technology for that. Looks like a very solid cast, or solid crew for that. Then the other big thing is a new thing called Kido Senshi Gundam The Origin 1 Aoi Hitomi no Kazval. Now, this is not Gundam The Origin as in the manga Gundam The Origin. This is a prequel to the original Mobile Suit Gundam series. So it's set in Universal Century 0068, focusing on Kazval Rem Daikun and Artesia, who you will recognize if you know original Gundam, and what happened to them in their pasts. So kind of an interesting thing there. There'll also be a Gundam exhibition with lots of production materials in Osaka and Tokyo. There'll be a new anniversary theme song by Yasutaka Nakata, which is pretty cool. They're also working on a new thing called the Real G Next project, which they call the next step after the life-size Gundam statue. Interesting. That'll be basically a new Gundam statue sometime by 2019. So we have a ways to go on that. So that's pretty cool. Let's see here. Moving on. Also, speaking of Mecha, there'll be a new Macross series coming soon. At the end of a broadcast of Macross Frontier recently, there was an announcement at the end of that. All we know is a new Macross series is coming, so who knows? But that's pretty cool. Okay, going back to some of the weird news. Yasushi Akimoto is a major figure in the Japanese music industry, partly because he created AKB48, the massively popular girl group, and also did its predecessor Onyanko Club. He might even be president or friends with President Shinzo Abe. And more interestingly, for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics Committee, he's a member of the committee for the Tokyo Olympics in 2020. Wow. So yeah, he's going to be involved in actually organizing the Olympics in Tokyo. Whew. Oh, moving on to some award news. The Tokyo Anime Award Festival occurred recently. The Wind Rises won Animation of the Year for film. TV Anime of the Year was Attack on Titan. Best Director was Tetsuro Araki for Attack on Titan. Best Screenplay Original Work was Yasuko Kobayashi for Attack on Titan and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But also winning was Hayao Miyazaki for The Wind Rises and Reiko Yoshida for Girls in Panzer. Best Character Design was Tsushio for Gunbuster 2. Best Animator was Kitaro Kosaka for The Wind Rises. Best Art Direction was Yoji Takeshige for The Wind Rises and Summer Wars. Best Voice Actor or Actress was Hideaki Anno in The Wind Rises. And yes, Hideaki Anno was in The Wind Rises as a character. Best Music was Guilty Crown, and the Anime Fan Award went to Denboro Senki Wars. So good on you for all of that. Nothing really too surprising. Meanwhile, there's a new anime series coming out in spring called M3, Sono Kuroki Hagane. Fair enough. The director is Junichi Sato, who directed Sailor Moon. The writer is Mari Okada, who also wrote Anohana. The mecha designs are by Shoji Kawamori, who did the designs for Macross and a bunch of other stuff. Hello! So yes, this is going to be a big thing. The opening theme song, by the way, is going to be sung by Mayan, who was one of the singers for Macross Frontier. So major staff there. The story is a drama following 8 boys and girls in near future Tokyo. The tagline is, "On the night of falling stars, they heard that song," which sounds pretty Macross, actually. There are some character sketches and such around on Anime News Network, and we already have character names and actually voice actors involved there, so you can check that out as you will. But that sounds like certainly one to watch. Meanwhile, Space Dandy has been approved for a 2nd season. Now this is a little different because the intent was always that there would be a 2nd season of this, or they always wanted a 2nd season, but apparently they only got sort of approval for that first season that aired. So basically just sort of more of not so much an announcement, but an affirmation that they will get a 2nd season. So we'll see where that goes. Finally, another kind of couple of odd bits, some classic anime news, if you will. There was an interview recently with Akira Toriyama of Dragon Ball Z, where he confirmed that he got really sick of drawing Dragon Ball Z during the Majin Buu saga. That he couldn't stand it anymore. So he actually said, I lost the desire to draw fighting manga ever since the Majin Buu saga. That's how bad it was. So that's what happens when you drag out a manga for that long. And by the way, the magazine was highly pressuring Toriyama to continue doing Dragon Ball Z. So it's not like he really wanted to. It was like, no, you got to keep this going. So that's why he kept on doing it. Meanwhile, a new magazine has been announced commemorating the what would have been the 80th birthday of Fujiko F. Fujio, the creator of Doraemon, the extremely famous children's character and series. Anime series has been going on for decades in Japan. And this new magazine called F Life, which Fujiko F. Fujio, so that's what the F stands for. We'll be covering FFF's life and works, including Doraemon, from various angles. So pretty darn cool there. They're commemorating a remarkable person. Also, Osamu Tezuka's daughter managed to unlock one of the desk drawers of Osamu Tezuka. Osamu Tezuka, creator of Astro Boy and many other very important works, where she pulled out several original sketches that Tezuka had done that were not previously known, including risque sketches of a female mouse, Rule 34, as well as a handwritten essay about Katsuhiro Otomo, the creator of Akira. Who else wants to read that essay? I'm fascinated. So she then proceeded to post on Twitter photos of several of the images. So that's pretty cool. Let's see here. A couple other little bits. Going back to Dragon Ball, actually, a Dragon Ball bonus story will run in Shonen Jump this, I believe, this Monday. Dragon Ball Minus, the child released from Fate, which focuses on Gine, Goku's mother. She fights in a Four Saiyan team. There's a whole story there. So there's a bit more Dragon Ball stuff coming out. That's pretty cool. Finally, you may have heard of the Attack on Titan live action film that's planned for, I believe, next year. Yes. New announcement has been that characters will be designed by a little person known as Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, who designed characters for the show you may have heard of called Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'm not quite sure how you can design characters for a live action film. Maybe he's designing the Titans. I don't know, but that's quite the catch for that particular project. So that's the news for this week. Thank you for watching. I will be off duty for a while, preparing for season 3 of Otaku no Video. Not quite sure when I'll be back here, but thank you all for watching, and I look forward to seeing you all at some point in the near future. Take care. Okie doke. So that's recorded. Cool. Sebastian's never watched Akira? That's okay. Yeah, Doraemon. Clearly a Pokemon ripoff. Definitely. Just reading back to the comments. Yeah, endings for things like Lane has a satisfying ending partly because it is an original work, so they didn't have to satisfy that manga, or manga fans or whatever. They could write whatever ending they wanted. I mean, was originally a PlayStation game, but the anime is a very different beast from that. Despite I got some guy on one of my videos claiming that the anime series was just a remake of the PlayStation game, and I'm like, I watched a good chunk of the clips from that, and I watched like the ending of the PlayStation game. No, it's nothing. It's. I mean, the character design show up, but the plot, story. I mean, Lane herself is very different. Weird. Anyway, but yeah, any adaptation is hard to begin with. But when you have something like a manga that goes on for 30 volumes, trying to adapt that into any sort of an anime series is difficult. Especially these days. I mean, it used to be because anime series could kind of go however long they wanted to back like in the 70s and the 80s. You could make an 83 episode anime series if you wanted to and just adapt that manga, directly. But these days, when it kind of has to fit into 13, 26, or 50, it's much harder. But yeah, so Hideaki Anno played the German in The Wind Rises. Well, remember he and Ghibli go way back. He and I mean Miyazaki gave Hideaki Anno his start in anime. So I had not heard about Sora no Method, but now that I hear that the creator of Kennen is making it, I'm interested. Yeah, I'm assuming Sadamoto is basically designing, what will the jackets look like in live action? How do you adapt that all that stuff to live action? Oh hell yes, I watched the G.I. Joe Community episode this week. I watched it twice. I love that episode. Well, it's funny because I'd rewatched the first like 10 episodes of the original G.I. Joe cartoon like a few months ago. So I was very much familiar with that. It was kind of fresh in my memory. So that was an amazing episode. They did an amazing job with that. Oh, Made It Together. I apologize. You're right. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. Yeah. I know that Abe had Abe did the designs for both, but everything else was pretty different. And I think Kanaka worked on the game to some extent. Like he didn't write it, but I think he was involved on some level. It certainly feels. I mean, what I've seen of the game, the plotting and the lines feel like Kanaka, but that may just be me reading into it too much. I don't know. Yeah, and I don't have a television, so by the way, the way I'm watching Community is by torrenting it. But when the DVDs come out, I'll buy them. It's the only way I can actually watch Community, unfortunately. Yeah, this season has been fun, and I didn't mind season 4 of Community, the one where Harmon wasn't involved. I thought they did a very impressive job of maintaining the style of Community. And obviously you can quibble over things, but folks like, oh, it sucked. It didn't suck. It was um, you can take, or I'll put it this way: if you were to take somebody who's seen like season 1, and then you show them random episodes from seasons 2, 3, 4, and 5, I don't think you could necessarily, I don't think that they can necessarily say, oh, that's obviously season 4. That obviously was not written by the regular staff. So I think that was fine. But yeah, this season with Harmon back has certainly been a thumbs up kind of a thing. And of course, the D&D episode was very good. Very it worked a lot. It was also nice seeing that they made an episode that delved more into the actual experience of role playing, where it was more D&D like in this episode, whereas in the original one it was a little more abstract. There wasn't as much actual in-game stuff, and they dealt with that more. Also interesting, the stinger at the end of this D&D episode, I think, is a little dig at how D&D is really only effective for hack and or is most effective for sort of hack and slash stories, and how when people try to use D&D for their like political intrigue game, it kind of falls apart. I think that's what they were trying to say with that stinger, is that yeah, don't try to use D&D for every kind of game you wanna play. Yeah, and knowing is half the battle. What? Hmm. Actually, speaking of, so here's the anime tie-in to the GI Joe episode. Did you know the original GI Joe anime series was animated in Japan? That was done by a Japanese animation studio, like the '80s cartoon. Um, this episode of Community was animated by an American studio, and even that's kind of unusual. Usually those get outsourced, but it looks like from the credits it was animated in America. The animation is much stiffer and much just worse on every obvious angle in terms of movement and realism of how characters are posed, things like that. Now, granted, that was partly stylistically, partly stylistic, but you think that 30 years later, these Americans still haven't caught up. That's pretty sad. That's pretty remarkable. And there's nothing against that studio. It's just that we don't have people who can even get that level of quality. It's really, really weird. But anyway, so let me start talking about next season of Otaku no Video because I think this is going to be fun. But first, I need to stop squirming, so I'll be back in a minute. I wish I could turn on some music, but I can't. Um, what can I do to amuse you all with temporarily? Don't know. Yeah, I got nothing. So I'll be back in 30 seconds. Talk amongst yourselves about the quality of American animation versus Japanese animation. Go. And meanwhile, I will mute the mic. You'll be glad I did. Okay, I'm back. Is Madoka worth it? I cannot answer that question. I would say watch the first few episodes. I understand episode 3 is where things really start to shift. See, I don't understand why people get all worked up over lip sync. And that could just be self-selection. That could just be something that I don't care about. But I don't see why lip sync is such a big deal. Particularly because if you've ever watched, if you ever really paid attention to Japanese dubs of anime, they don't lip sync particularly closely either. So I don't get that. Yeah, Avatar is mostly done in Korea. Was mostly done in Korea. Boondocks. Yeah, I mean, pretty much any American animation series you can think of is done in Korea or Japan. Mostly Korea now. Um, I believe regular show is animated. I believe regular show is animated in America, but tweened in Korea. So I think all of the like the key animation is done in America. I'm not sure about that. Adventure Time, I don't know. Adventure Time, I suspect is outsourced. Let me just look that up before we talk about ONV season three. Um, 'Cause now I'm curious because that is kind of the big golden cow, isn't it? Um, let's see here. Okay, so it is done by a an American company, Frederator Studios. They do Fairly Odd Parents, My Life as a Teenage Robot, and some others, and Adventure Time. What I'm unclear on is if everything is done by them or if they outsource anything. Because again, a lot of stuff gets shipped to Korea for tweening. Um, Not that's a bad thing. I'm just curious as to whether they do everything in house or if they outsource a significant amount of that work. Because regular show has a lot of tweening in it, so I'd be kind of surprised if they do all of that in house. Just I mean, why would you need to when you can do it a lot cheaper in another country? It doesn't say on the Wikipedia entry. That might be worth digging into. Huh. Anyway, interesting. I definitely want to look up that new Gundam stuff. That's pretty cool. The Simpsons is Japanese. It's animated in Japan. By mostly by Toy Animation, I believe. And I actually I think there's one or two Korean studios that do Simpsons as well. I think it gets shipped around. Depends. Yeah, Avatar was hugely expensive. That's one of the reasons why Avatar cost as much as it did. The animated series, because it was because most of it's well, not most of it. Um, all the pre-production work and a good chunk of the production work was done in America. That's why it cost $1 million an episode. All right, so moving on to sort of to Otaku no Video stuff. So I mentioned I wanted to talk to you all about where I'm going to go with ONV and get your opinions and thoughts on those. I don't want to move off in a direction that won't work for you all because I do all this for you guys. So I've been working on some of the suggestions you guys have given, and I want to talk through all of those and get any ideas you guys have as well. So first off, season two has gone very well. This was an experiment to see if packaging up videos, if you will, into a 3 month season worked, and I think it's worked very well. Um, I was able to make the videos on time, release them on time. I really um, I got a lot of good feedback when those came out. People were very positive about it, and I'm now at a point where I'm ready to stop doing it because I'm starting to get some more trolls and some more negative stuff from that, and not just negative feedback, not just well you forgot this, but people who are just kind of disrespectful. So it's a good time to now take a break and come back later. So I'm still planning on doing on stopping now and starting back up in July in terms of actual videos. Um, let's see here. Mhm. Let's see here. So yes. So I will be taking some time off, but with some exceptions. I do have some interesting plans that I definitely want to implement moving forward. Part of them are ways of making the videos cleaner and more effective, where I'm going to edit out a few more of the ums and uhs and moreovers and now things like that, and other ways of just making those a little easier to swallow. I'm also looking for ways of, and I found some ways of improving the upload to YouTube, so there'll hopefully be fewer audio problems folks have had. Apparently, YouTube just has some issues with certain audio codecs, and I've been using a very high quality codec that unfortunately YouTube occasionally chokes on. So I'm going to try to find some settings that are a little happier for YouTube. Maybe the video quality that I'm outputting is, or the audio quality or video quality is not quite as kind of perfect from a cross, I can post this anywhere perspective, but it'll be better for YouTube. So fair enough. What else? So one of the big projects I'm going to be working on over the next few weeks, in addition to spinning up season 3 and writing and recording and doing all those episodes, is I'm going to be changing the website. And this is based on some of the advice you guys have been giving me. Actually, let me pull up, throw up a lower third so I can show you. Because I want to show you a link to something I've been working on. There we go. So all I need to do here is, will that show up? Yeah. So if you go to otakunovideo.net/w, let me just make sure that works. I'm working on it this morning as well as others, but I want to make sure all the redirects are set up correctly. It may take a few seconds to load because of all the new software that's on there. But basically, I'm going to turn the Otaku no Video website into a wiki. Yes, much like Wikipedia in terms of the underlying software. So I've actually already exported all of I haven't moved, but I've exported all of my Otaku no Video blog posts to this wiki software. And that's going to be, and I'm going to put it all up there. The advantage being that you guys can go up there, add your comments to that, add thoughts, and then those comments can then be integrated back into the main article. So we can write kind of crowdsourced reviews and analysis articles on this site. And folks can come in and say, folks can come in with completely different perspectives, and those can all be integrated into that same article. So that's kind of the idea. Is that it can these articles can even start as these individual comments by individual people, and then we can come back in there and synthesize those into articles. Now I still need to make posts for all of the YouTube videos and embed those into the posts and do some other cleanup. And not all of the pages are visible on that on the wiki yet. They're all there, but right now the vast majority of them are not linked to from anyone else. They're just kind of sitting there. So I've got to create categories for them and all that stuff. If you go to the category manga review, you'll see quite a few. I think I've got all my manga reviews up there. So a lot of cleanup still to do. But that's the idea there, is that it's going to become a little less me and a little more, an ability to do this, which I think will be helpful. So yeah, that URL right down there. We'll see where it goes. Let me see here. Cat Mike is mentioning the Anime Encyclopedia. I want to, I think I've only been there once, and I want to make sure. I assume you mean animewiki.org as opposed to the book. From what I remember of animewiki.org, it didn't really have much of a, yeah, I'm just skimming through it now. It's more of an encyclopedia, and I want these to be more, analysis, more reviews, more thoughts on these things. And I know I know you're joking. But seriously, I'd like this to be something where if you think of, I've heard of Gargantia, and I want to see what different people have thought about that, rather than reading 20 different reviews, all of which kind of suck. I'm going to go to this site, which has fused different perspectives into one readable article. That's kind of my idea. Or maybe if it's just come out, I'm going to get a couple of different people's viewpoints, but at least it's going to be a curated experience. So we can actually watch that stuff, and if somebody posts this sucks, never mind. Correct. The images will be embedded into the pages. I got to fix that. When I imported all of the videos, I actually messed up the embed code, so I have to go back in there and manually fix all of those. So yes, there will be embedded images in there, and I got a lot more going. A lot more cleanup to do on that. Again, categorization, things like that. Yeah, no, it's not so much comments as being able to fuse all those comments together easily. So, and we can, and the thing is, you can only edit it if you have an account. So that'll keep some of the trolls out. And I'll keep an eye on it. This will be a moderated thing. If you come in, create an account, and do 3 troll comments, I'll close the account. So we can keep an eye on it. It'll be like any wiki. There will be trolls, there'll be anything, but wikis generally do a pretty good job of staying on top of that, especially if there's a good amount of material there. So hopefully this will get, well, so the first phase is to get all of my content onto there, and then as that happens, I'd love to see you guys start going on there and adding stuff that I have missed, stuff that I'm not mentioning, or do you think just is not in my wheelhouse, where it's like, oh, I don't think he quite understood that or whatever. Let's get all that onto those pages and see where it goes. So we'll see. The advantage being is something to try out. Maybe it won't really go anywhere, but it should be interesting. And moving forward, hopefully I can have my content posted there. So as they come on, as the video posts, I'll create a page on this wiki for that. So it'll be that sort of so yeah, at least it'll be seeded by something. And of course, if I haven't reviewed Madoka Magica, you can create a Madoka Magica page, and as long as you put something useful on there, then cool. Again, we'll see where it goes. It's an experiment. We'll see. And so we can kind of get that up to speed as I'm working on season 3. Speaking of season 3, so a couple of definite things I want to do for season 3, and after that we'll get into some of the other ideas that I like, but I want to get your feedback on because I'm just not quite sure where to move forward on it. But 2 things I definitely want to do for season 3. It's going to be about the same length, but I'm going to do proportionally more digging deeper and analysis videos, and proportionally fewer reviews. So instead of doing 13 reviews and 13 everything else, I'll probably do like 9 or 10 reviews and a few more digging deepers and a few more analysis videos. The consistent feedback I've been getting is that folks really like those digging deepers and those analysis. They want more primers, more things like that. So I'm going to produce a few more of those at the expense of a few reviews. One of the difficulties of that is that the reviews are easier because they're more because I built up a very clean process for that, and so it takes less time for me to build that than analysis videos, which require a lot more thought, more research. So yeah, so it will require a bit more work, but I think that's what folks want. So that is the plan there. Again, same number of episodes, but shift in proportionality to more digging deeper stuff. I'm also planning on scheduling out the Classic Club. And indeed, if you go to that wiki, you notice there's a link for, I think it's called Classic Club Schedule. Did I put up there? I want to see, yeah. And that's just my first attempt at a schedule for the Classic Club for Season 3. So the idea being there that you can say, okay, I really want to watch this thing, so I'm going to kind of clear my schedule for that week to make sure I'm there for Robot Carnival or Boogiebot Phantom or what have you. One of the other things about the Classic Club is we will be revisiting some of the things we've already watched. I know I've shown Robot Carnival before, but we're also going to be recording those discussions afterwards. So I want us to get the chance to actually record those discussions. Plus, to my surprise, a lot of folks have not seen, or I showed it as part of the Classic Club or as part of something at some point, and a lot of folks were not there for that. So any given showing I have of things, surprisingly, a re-showing is effective. So I'll probably be doing that a little bit here and there. Let's see here. But yeah, kind of more of a Rotten Tomatoes perspective where we're trying to get various things on there, but less aggregation, less here's what lots of other sites said, and more here's what we say. We'll see. And yes, Mexican Otaku, you please, I hope you all will add pages for things that I haven't gotten to yet. That's awesome. Let's see here. And yes, Claim, I think it's a great idea of having like a spoiler-free review at the beginning, then a big spoilers below, and then analysis. That would be awesome. Part of the project too will be cleaning up the pages on the wiki, because right now it's based on the posts I had where this is a review, this is an analysis, there are all these separate things. And for exporting and importing, that made sense. But as time goes on, we'll probably start renaming pages, make things a little more clear, and stuff like that. But yeah, I very much like the idea of having kind of everything on one page for a given show, or title, or manga, or what have you. That totally makes sense. So if you see on the wiki, right now, if it just says, Fairy Tail Memories review, eventually that'll be just Fairy Tail Memories, and then that will contain a review. Yeah, visual novels, sure, absolutely. I don't think I've reviewed any visual novels on there. I should do that. We should definitely start doing visual novels. It doesn't have a lot of attention. So yeah, so the Classic Club will have a schedule. We'll schedule that out. Another side of that is that if I get and one of the reasons why I'm telling you about it now is that if I get a lot of feedback of somebody saying, you scheduled this major thing on a weekend where nobody's going to be there, can we shuffle the schedule around a bit? Obviously, I don't want to do much of that, but I want to provide the option that if we know, oh my gosh, the week of Otakon is this. Actually, I've got to check that. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 weekends which I'm not going to be able to make it because there'll be like Otakon. In fact, let's check that. Otakon. Yeah, TV Tropes. TV Tropes is a great way of thinking of the wiki. Otakon 2014 is August 8th through 10th. So I've got to figure that out. They still haven't listed anything for panels though, so I should do something about that. So I will probably shift things around a little bit there to get that figured out. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Claim. Start with a review have every video start with a review and then do the analysis. I like the idea. The issue is that most of the time when I'm doing an analysis, I'm doing it as something that I reviewed 6 months ago. So, but I'll think about that. That's a neat idea. The other problem with that, actually, and I like it because it kind of brings things together. The other problem is that folks do not watch long videos on YouTube. Very few people will watch a 5-minute video on YouTube. So that might be an issue there. But I'll think about that. I like the idea. That's a thought. Good thought. All right. So, just scrolling down here. Cons. So convention, that's an interesting thought. That's actually a really interesting thought. One of the difficulties with conventions is that when you go to look up stuff about a convention, inevitably it's on some convention's webpage which they haven't updated in the past 2 weeks, and you want to know what's going on. It'd be really nice to have a wiki that has con information that anyone can go in and edit, so that you can kind of keep that up to date, in real time. That's a really good idea. I'm gonna actually note that down so I don't forget it. Include cons on wiki. Again, it's an experiment to see how well we'd be able to, or the community would be able to keep those up to date. But that's a really good idea. Okay, so moving on to the less obvious stuff. A lot of folks have suggested various new kinds of videos for me to do. One comment here was doing a gaming segment for the video. I just saw it and missed it and lost it. Gaming time during the buffet. The problem with that, Sebastian, is I don't play games. So I don't know what I would do. Unless you're talking about visual novels. You mean visual novel time? If so, I like that idea. Let me put that down as a maybe. Play visual novels as part of Saturday Buffet or something. That's a good idea, because that would also give us the chance to actually play some visual novels. Actually give us some experiment time there. And yes, Anime Guy, comparing the anime to its manga. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute, actually, as a possible segment idea. So, folks have suggested lots of neat ideas for new kinds of videos, new kind of categories for videos. So I got reviews and digging deepers and primers and foundational texts. And I have at least seven different ideas folks have given me for new types of videos. I want to do one new type in season 3, and I want to get all of your thoughts on which one I should go for. Again, some of them I'm just unsure about which one is most useful, most interesting. What provides the most value, if you will. And so here are the options, and maybe I can do a little. I can do a custom overlay that's not very helpful. I wish I could overlay like custom text onto here, but I kind of can't. So anyway, so let me just go through them one at a time. So the first one is, if you like this, try this. If you like Evangelion, here are other shows that were influenced directly by Evangelion. Here are shows that influenced Evangelion. That the creators of Evangelion have said these were our major influences. Here are other shows that match certain qualities of Evangelion. That's the kind of idea for the video. And I take different shows and do that for different things. So it'd be less here are 5 shows that are kind of like it, and more here are certain qualities or certain influences about the show to talk about. So that's one idea. Another idea would be a weekly question, where every week I post a video which says, here's something to talk about, something like, what genres are best for anime? How much would you pay, or how much will you pay for an anime series? Why is the mecha genre less popular now than it was in the 80s? So various things like that. Some of them are more theoretical. Some of them are more kind of poll questions to see how many people, how much would you pay for anime, and kind of get the sense of the community for those things. And then every week, or then the following week, I would pick some interesting responses, answer those on the air in that video, and then pose the next video, optionally with my thoughts on the previous week's question. So kind of like Sessler something, where here's a topic for discussion. You can post comments below. I'd also link to the wiki, so you can post in the wiki if you wanted to. Comments are sometimes a little limiting. Then I gather all those up for the next week's response. That's another possibility. And again, I got to choose one of these. I can't do all of them. The third idea is a roundtable discussion video with other anime reviewers. So I get Potaku and Philosophotaku, interview Crispin Freeman, Mark Crilly, if possible, that kind of a thing. So do interviews and/or roundtables with other, interesting YouTubers and people in the industry as much as possible. If I did that, side note, I'd probably want to recruit somebody out of you all to start making those connections, to sort of reach out, find their email addresses or their Twitter accounts or whatever, and say, hey, I'm working with, or talking to a video, would you be interested in doing an interview or a discussion or whatever? So that's the interesting thing there. The fourth idea is a segment on Japanese culture. So talking about Japanese jokes, pop culture, history, things like that, explaining those elements of Japanese culture. And I would I would do kind of two types of videos in there, or kind of two subtypes. So one would be taking a particular element of Japanese culture and explaining it, and then mentioning some anime works where they show up, or taking a work of anime or manga and kind of going through the various cultural references and explaining each one in sequence. So Spirited Away would be an obvious example where, okay, let's go into some of the more obvious cultural references in that show or in that movie, and I'm going to go through it sequentially. That's the fourth option. The fifth idea is talking about the subculture of anime fandom itself. So talk about cosplay and dojinshi and comiket and AMVs and fanfic, and just do videos about each of those elements of subculture, kind of as an Otaku 101 segment. You've heard about anime, you've kind of gotten into it, and you've heard these terms, you've heard these concepts. What do they actually mean? I could even go into things like, what is ecchi versus hentai? Things you don't necessarily want to ask somebody, but I can actually answer it for you. A couple other ideas. One is to compare different adaptations, as Anime Guy mentioned. So comparing the manga to the anime, and comparing the anime to the live-action adaptation, where those exist. Very interesting idea. Certainly a lot of potential there. Then the last idea was videos about various elements of anime itself, of the actual work. So a video talking about realism versus stylized movement in the animation of anime. When do you want characters to move naturalistically, and when do you want them to move more stylistically? Where does that happen? Where do you see it? Talking about sort of realistic facial expressions versus stylized facial expressions. Talking about character development, plot, clarity of revelation of information in a show, when a show is being subtle, when it's not. Talking about music and how music is used. So that's possibilities there. So those are the main options that folks have suggested. What sounds most exciting to you? And let me actually just, maybe I can throw these up here really quick. We'll see how much space I have. Will that fit? No. Good. I'm trying to throw all of these up on the screen at one time, and I don't have my normal player going, and unfortunately I can't get it running now. So let's see here. Maybe. Well, let me just go over them again. So you have, and if you like this, then that. Then watch that. There's a weekly question. There's discussions or interviews. There's Japanese culture. There's the subculture of anime itself. Then there's comparing adaptations, and then focusing on individual elements of anime. So, what of those kind of leaps out at you all about as ideas? So the thing about the Japanese culture thing claim is that that's actually not as hard initially. So I could do the first half a dozen of those kind of off the top of my head, just because I know that I'm no expert, but there are a few elements of Japanese culture that I know enough of to make a short video about. Um, so yes, a lot of work, especially as we get beyond the more obvious things. But at least for season 3, it's something I could probably do without a huge amount of work, at least. Um, yeah, the question thing would certainly get a lot of responses and a lot of conversations going. Um, and yeah, Otaku 101 would be nice. Um, Set up a quick poll somewhere. That's a good idea. Let me go to Doodle. I love Doodle. And I think I can just post a link in the comments now because YouTube's changed. Hooray! So let's see here. I don't want to schedule. I want to. I know they have a just sort of a poll thing. Oh, I think I need to sign in to get that. Otherwise, it's just a normal calendar thing. Okay, make a choice. There it is. New segment idea for ONV season 3. What do you like most? And I'll come back here. I mean, this is all optional, but it's again, it's kind of a way for us to see the options. Weekly question, interview, roundtable discussion. And yes, I'd love to get Fred Patton involved. I've interviewed Fred Patton, so that's certainly a possibility. Japanese culture. Um, of anime fandom. Um, Adaptation. Manga versus anime versus live action, and then um, focus on individual elements of anime. Next, finish. All right, so let's see if this works. Go do this page for a poll of options. Post. Comments can't contain links. Doodle.com. / followed by. But I can also actually put it up here. Well, that's going to be difficult. But I can at least tell you what. I'll at least paste it here. That's a little hard to see, isn't it? But so I posted in the in a comment. It's doodle.com / then that weird text. You can copy and paste it from the comment at least. That'll get you going there. And again, you can vote there or whatever. So yeah, that's a little straw poll there, real quick. Um, a lot of folks are interested in those later bits, the ones about looking at a particular element of anime. Yeah, Fred Patton was an amazing interview. I remember asking Fred Patton. It is Fred Patton, isn't it? Was it Fred Patton I'm thinking of? Yeah, I think it's Fred Patton. Yeah. The mind goes. Yeah, it's Patton. 'Cause I asked him what was the first anime convention you went to, and he said the first one. Like, oh, right, yeah, you're Fred Patton. And there's a little accordion there which you can click on to show all the options. Nice. Interesting. I did not expect to see this. This is why we do polls, straw polls, is to see how folks what folks want. That's very helpful. All right, so you guys can go ahead and continue filling that out if you'd like. And meanwhile, I'll move on to some of the other ideas and thoughts. And then we'll come back to that after we've gotten a few more votes. So some of the things I kind of like to do, but I'm not sure exactly how to, and I'd like your feedback on. The first thing is setting up a Patreon. So patreon.com, and let me put that. Actually, I can put that down there, can't I? Yeah. So down the little thing down there, patreon.com. If you haven't heard of it, it's a way to sort of crowdfund an ongoing project, which has certain small deliverables. So the idea is, think outside of me. Say a musician sets up a Patreon and says, "Hey, I'm a musician, and so I release songs." And so that musician's fans can go on there and say, "Okay, I'm going to pledge $1 every time this musician releases a song." And you can put in however much you want in there, any amount. And then the musician comes along later and says, "Okay, great, I finished a song, boom, I'm releasing it, I'm announcing it." And then when she does that and clicks a little button on the Patreon site, then Patreon takes all those pledges that have been pledged and processes them and sends the money to the musician. Now, again, you can make your pledge as 1 cent, or as high as you want it to be, and you can also set maximums per month. So you can say, if that person releases 20 songs in a given month, then max my pledge at say $5 a month. So I will only pledge up to $5 and process the first five and then stop. Now, importantly, this isn't pledging for access to something, i.e., this does not mean that only the people on the Patreon get that song. The musician can release the song publicly, and the folks who pledged, their money goes to the artist. Now, further beyond that, whoa, there we go. The musician can then do special things for the patrons. So, that song gets released to the public, but maybe the patrons get special access to the musician, or they get a special, they get the karaoke version or something along those lines. So you can do special stuff for them, but the idea is not to set up a walled garden where only the folks who pay for this thing get the thing. It's to allow somebody to continue to release things to the public, while those who are willing to support that financially can do so and maybe get something special. So I'm thinking of setting up a Patreon for Otaku no Video. The reason is that this laptop I'm doing this on is quite a few years old. The camera I'm using here is several years old. The microphone, everything else. They all work fine. They'll continue working fine for a while, but at some point, something's going to break. The video camera in particular is quite a few years old. So, I don't need anything at the moment, but at some point I will. And if I suddenly have if I suddenly have to replace this laptop, that's a big expense that I can't just suddenly drop $3,000 on, or however much it would be. And I needed this laptop to do like video processing. It can't be a cheap laptop. So I'm thinking of doing a Patreon not because I need money now, but because it'd be really good to have a nest egg of cash built up by people, and by doing it in these small increments over time. The big reason I wouldn't, well, a couple of big reasons I wouldn't do that. One is that I don't want to be perceived as begging for money. Because again, I don't need money, but I would like this nest egg. The other thing is it's going to take a little extra work for me to go over to Patreon twice a week and write a little post saying, "Hey, I released this new video," and clicking the new video link. Not a lot of time and effort, but it is an extra step that, let's be honest, isn't going to be worth it if I only get 50 cents every time I do it. It's that kind of an idea. And again, it can be however much you want. And yes, if you refresh the Doodle page, you will see all the votes, and I'm going to do that right now real quick. See if we got a lot more. Yeah, but that's pretty clear. Interesting. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I really like that idea for Patreon. The other nice thing about Patreon is that you can stop pledging whenever you want to. You can start pledging again whenever you want to. However it works for you. And again, you can start really, really low. 1 cent per video. It's something a lot of folks can work with. I should also point out that, practically speaking, they won't process your pledge until it gets to a certain minimum. I think it might be $10. So they're not going to actually charge your credit card 1 cent or 25 cents or whatever. They'll sort of keep that in escrow until you actually get up to whatever that minimum amount is, and I think it's $10. Then they charge your credit card that much. So they don't kill you with payments. So again, I think it's an idea. I'm glad to hear you guys like the idea in general. I don't know. Do you guys think that sounds desperate? Do you think it sounds like something worth trying out? I don't know if I'd make any money off of it at all, but it would be. Again, I'm more thinking of the future in terms of possible issues that might crop up. So trying to think. I need dinner. So let me take you all downstairs and while I microwave some dinner. While we continue this discussion, I just realized I haven't had any dinner and it's 8:30 or 8:20 local time. So I need to do that before I collapse. This is very fun and exciting, but I need fuel. Come on. To my surprise, also, I haven't gotten my snack box yet this month. I've signed up for a monthly snack box service, which is surprisingly not that expensive. And it gives me healthy snacks to snack on, which is very nice to have. So let's continue this down in the kitchen. Don't know if I'll do an Otaku no Cooking. I have lots of stuff in the fridge. One of the other difficulties of Patreon is that I've kind of made it clear that I don't make money off of anime. I spend money on anime. So I get no review copies. I have no, deals with Funimation to send me copies of anime for review. I'm completely independent. I make no money off of YouTube, and that is a deliberate choice because I want to be independent. So I want to make sure that Patreon doesn't come across as a way for me to, not be indie, if you will. Not that there's anything wrong with any of that stuff. I just, I made that decision to go in a different direction. I want folks to understand my kind of my intent there. I mean, I know I will not get to the point where I can live off of this. That the anime community is not that big, and especially my fandom, you know, you guys are smart. There's not a lot of you, unfortunately. Um, so so I'm certainly not worried about making a living off of it, but it would just be nice to offset the expenses of it. The expense of the equipment and such, and also buying anime. I mean, let's be honest, that is expensive. So being able to buy some of this stuff and not be spending all that money would be nice. Yeah, provide a maid. That'd be cool. I should find some cute girl who can show up as a maid in my videos. Yeah, no, I received no review copies whatsoever. I never have, never will. I don't like the review copy idea in general. I feel like, well, no, I'll put it this way. Um, I value reviewers more when they spend their money to buy stuff and then they review it compared to it showing up at their door. Um, those who get review copies can absolutely make um, valid reviews. I'm not suggesting that makes that invalidates their thoughts. I know lots of folks who do great reviewing and it's not biased and they get review copies. I just you know when I look at somebody who, or more accurately, I know I'm kind of belaboring this point, but all other things being equal, I think it's better to not receive free stuff from the companies. Just keeps you a little cleaner, a little more, a little less likely to forgive things, I guess. Hey, Gilded Sons. Yeah, we're definitely the minority. Or just spam Naruto videos. I mean, if I did a weekly Naruto review video and I was positive, holy guacamole, would I get views? I could live off that, but I also couldn't live with myself. I would die. Nothing wrong with Naruto. All right, let me just microwave some of this mac and cheese, homemade mac and cheese. So thank you. So it sounds like Patreon is worth trying out. Again, it'd be an experiment. Maybe I throw it up there for all of season 3. See what pledges I get, and if it's 25 cents, then okay, fine. We go for something else. Someone else mentioned maybe kickstarting equipment. The problem is I don't know what equipment is going to die. This Mac is a few years old, but Macs last a long time. That's one of the reasons why one buys a Mac, is they're a little more expensive, but it's high quality. So I don't know. I can't tell what's going to go. So I kind of rather have that slow build up over time until I have an amount instead of trying to toss a bunch of pledges into a project over the course of a month. On the other hand, that's not a bad idea. I mean, if I see equipment that's starting to fail, I would consider a Kickstarter. You're absolutely right that's a valid approach. All right, so a couple other thoughts, a couple other ideas. One is to improve the news. So the news videos right now are pretty plain. It's just me staring at a camera and talking. I think I've gotten to the point where I can get across the news pretty effectively, but I'd like to make the actual presentation of the news a little snazzier. And this is not simply a matter of visual flair. It's kind of hard to focus on the news when it's just a talking head, literally. So I'd love to have lower thirds that mention, at least like the kind of news, anime news or Gainax news or Evangelion news or Attack on Titan news, something like that. Ideally, it would be the actual news, the actual headline. And even better would be to have an image representing the news. So again, it could be just a generic, Ghibli logo, or it could be, a poster for Attack on Titan, whatever. That would be pretty awesome. Would be to have that material. The problem is, I did that for a while, and it's a large amount of work. With everything else I do, it just was not practical for me to put together all of that material every week. To cover all the bases that I need to for those videos, it was just too time intensive. So the questions are, would one of you guys be interested in taking on that challenge? Much like Secret Weapon Vincent compiles all the news links and sends them to me, would one of you be interested in taking that raw video and then throwing on the lower thirds? The advantage being that, especially once we get spun up, it'll be, you'll build up a library of lower thirds, especially if we're not doing the headline, and you can just kind of slap those on every couple of minutes, or every 30 seconds or whatever. So you watch it and say, okay, now we're switching to this one. I throw on the Gainax one, and then we go to, and then we throw on the Hayao Miyazaki one, and so we have kind of this library of stuff. And as I found, generally speaking, you have a fairly small number of subjects that come over and over again. So you're not rebuilding those every week. So that's an option. The other question is there another way of doing it that would provide more of that visual interest that makes it easier to watch it, easier to pay attention to what's going on screen. It makes it easier for folks to say, oh, that's something I'm interested in, that's something I'm not interested in. What are some ways of kind of jazzing up the news segments and making them more effective? He said as he stirred his mac and cheese and tried to get it nice and hot. Come on. Show me more comments. There we go. Song and dance number? Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Claim. The nice thing about Patreon is that I can kind of just leave it going. It can kind of just sit out there for forever. And, it can just kind of build over time. As I mentioned before, my parents were here to help out with my garden, which is great. But they left just as I needed to start on this, and I've got a few things to kind of clean up here. That's why I'm kind of running around. Go. So, any thoughts on how to make the news a little more interesting? To be honest, not that I'm lying to you all the time, but I do the news videos because folks ask for it, and I get positive comments on it. Some folks appreciate me doing the news videos. I agree. There's not much depth to them, but people seem to like hearing about what's going on in the world of anime and manga. It's not really close to my wheelhouse, but people seem to like it. And it's not dumb. Again, if I were doing a bunch of Naruto reviews, there's just not much for me to talk about with those, so I'm not going to do it. But with the news, at least there's some informational value to them. At least they provide some sort of help to people. You know what? I might do no taco no cooking. I might roast some peanuts. I bought a bag of raw peanuts, and you wouldn't mind roasting some up. What are my recipes for peanuts? Because yes, you can buy roasted peanuts, but it's really it's different when they're home roasted, and you put your own flavors on them. You can do really weird, fun flavors. Wow. Honey roasted peanuts, cinnamon sugar roasted peanuts. Yeah, that's actually a possibility. Yeah. I might just do that. So Dark Devil, doing the news and having people comment in real time, that was the old Otaku News Live, where we had several people on, and we would actually, comment on the news and discuss it. And those were hour and a half videos. The news videos as they are 7 minutes, and it's really hard to get people to cut down their comments to small videos. And also 7 minutes. I mean, again, nobody watches long videos on YouTube, it seems. As an example, my average view time on YouTube is 3.5 minutes. People watch my videos, on average, they only watch the first 3.5 minutes. So, I say that not to say it's a bad idea. I say that to say that it's it's an idea we need to think about in terms of how we would do that in a way that would still make it brief. Not necessarily 2 minutes, but, not an hour and a half. So Gilded Suns, you're interested. That's cool. Um, the one thing you regret in my news videos is I'm not in my chair. I am in my chair. I do all my news videos in the chair. Oh, in the leather chair. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Here's why. I have to have the news in front of me. So if I was in the chair, I would have a laptop on my lap and be looking back at, up and down to that. And when I'm in my chair, I'm normally just talking to you. Now, when I'm doing my videos, honestly, I have some form of a script that I'm basing that off of. It's not word for word. Sometimes. But it's I follow some kind of an outline at least. Um, so to me, it's kind of awkward to sit in my chair to do the news. But that's a thought. It's a neat idea to go back to the chair and do it there. The other difficulty there too is that when I'm in my chair, I'm recording using the video camera, i.e., this video camera here that I record the news with. If I would go over to the chair, I would be way far away, whereas the camera can zoom in. So it would be an interesting sort of technical setup to do it that way. So Gilded Suns, you said you're interested. Gilded Suns, do you have any video editing software on your computer. And there's free stuff out there. There's Windows Movie Maker on Windows. There's iMovie on the Mac. I don't know what's available for Linux, but Gilligan's, do you have a video package already? Just to kind of get that out of the way. And I'm totally up for a different format for the news videos. Again, if we could get folks in to actually comment on those in a more intense way or a more dense way, that'd be cool. If we focus on only certain kinds of news, so I wouldn't do this, but like only Gundam news would then let us do fewer stories, and then talk about those in a bit more detail. That's the kind of thing. The other question is, I mean, does it make sense to do the news videos anymore? Maybe that goes to one side in favor of doing a visual novel, playing a visual novel for an hour. So, and I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily an either or, but that would give us more time for other things to do. Now, and let me talk about that side of things too. I mean, one of the things, the reason I'm doing the anime, the reason I'm doing the news is because no one was really doing anime news on YouTube, at least not in that kind of digest form. And it seemed like a niche worth filling. It's kind of absurd because I'm just taking posts that are already posted on Anime News Network and just regurgitating them, with my own words, obviously, on YouTube. So if you really wanted the news, just go to animenewsnetwork.com and scroll down. So on the one hand, it is somewhat low value. On the other hand, I do provide the value that I'm cutting out all of the, the third commercial for the next Pretty Cure has just been, shown on Japanese television, and another voice actor for the next, Railgun show was just there's a lot of stuff where it's like, okay, I understand why they're posting it, but it's not, big news. So that's a lot of the value I provide. Also, some of the backstory where I can explain, okay, here's why this is an important thing. So it's not valueless, but on the other hand, it is kind of silly. So, Claim, so you're right. I focus on USA releases. The reason for that is I use Anime News Network as my primary news source, and they don't talk about non-American releases. They talk about Japanese releases sometimes and U.S. releases, but they just don't mention when things come out in France. So, which is not to excuse it. I'm just saying that's why that's happening. So that would certainly be an interesting option, is to look for more of those international news feeds and base it off of that. So that's a good idea. See, that's the weird thing, David. Now is that I get so many people who are like, "Thank you for doing the news videos. This is the only place where I get my anime news." And I tell them, "What about anime news?" I actually got this response. I said, "Just go to A&M." They said, "Yeah, I don't really go to websites, lol." or yeah, I'm too lazy to do that. I'd rather get everything through YouTube. Okay. I find that kind of weird, but people do get something out of it. It's kind of strange. So on YouTube, you now use your Google Plus, your name as set up on Google Plus. You can technically set up you can answer the question of Google Plus using a first name and last name that are not your real first and last name. Although they will eventually flag that and say, why aren't you using your actual name? But no, Google Plus and YouTube are meant to be saying who you actually are for very specific reasons. So Gilded Suns, let's go with that. Yeah, so shoot me an email at to Gilded Suns. Shoot me an email at whoops, didn't refresh there at that email address, and I'll point you to software, some of the free software you can download. I'll send you some files, and I mean, we have plenty of time. We have months, so we can just start. I can send you files, and I can send you some of my materials, and we can try, and we'll just try building. Excuse me. We'll start building up some files and see how long it takes, and see what the issues are. Oh, hey, Rockup. Oh, okay, so you can tell YouTube to only use your YouTube account. Okay, I did not know that. Thank you. Didn't realize you could still use your. Well, of course, because I see all of you all the time in your, Rocka or Dark Souls, or whatever. So yeah, of course you can do that. Oopsie. So yeah, news is weird. People find it valuable, and with the help of Secret Weapon Vincent, I can I can do it easily and quickly. The other advantage is that if I don't do that, I don't check ANN that often. Occasionally I will, but it does keep me up to speed on what's going on in the anime world. Otherwise, I kind of get out of the loop too. So it does have that advantage too. It is that extra little bit to keep one up to speed. Again, maybe there's some better way of doing it. Some better way of organizing the videos. I don't know, or organizing the content. Some better way of separating the wheat from the chaff. It's hard. Okay, so thank you. Those are some good comments on that. Again, feel free to continue discussing that, throwing that in. But I have there are a few other possibilities I want to discuss with you guys. Throw that out there. One is continuing doing some Saturday buffets during the hiatus up to season 3. We're doing like one a month. So maybe at the end of every month, I do an extra Saturday buffet, or maybe in the middle of the month. I don't know. But once a month, do a special buffet. Probably wouldn't do the news, although maybe we do a quick catch up. I don't know. But it would probably just be just a quick catch up. We do maybe a special classic club. Again, maybe do a video game. We're just getting back together occasionally, just to keep this going, so it's not quite as much of a shock to quit. So
And the difficulty is if I did the news, that's a month's worth of news to cover. It's too much. If it's a classic club, well, we could still schedule out the classic club. So I could still say, okay, tune in on April 26th, let's say, for a special classic club, and we'll do this work. So we could certainly do that, and maybe some other stuff. Do a special Otaku no Cooking, things like that. That's a possibility. Again, I'm not sure if it's really worth doing. I don't know. What do you guys think? For some reason, they're here. So anyway, guy, you asked how and why I started reviewing. That's a good question for what we're covering here to help explain where things are, sort of set up some parameters. I actually started reviewing probably about a decade ago. A friend of mine he wanted to start a movie review website. He's a movie fan. Actually, he's a movie director, independent movie director, and he wanted to write smart reviews of movies, regular movies. And so I volunteered to write the website for it and also to do some of the reviews and write some of the reviews. So I did that with him, and we made a website, and it lasted for like a few months, and it was fun, and eventually we moved on to other things. But that kind of got the bug going for me. Then a few years later, I made friends with Nick, my sort of co-anchor on the original version of Otaku no Video. And the three of us all watched anime, and we'd all watched quite a bit of stuff. And so I think I was the one who floated the idea, I forget who it was. One of us floated the idea of what if we did a podcast, just an audio-only podcast, where we just talk about anime. Not so much reviewing, but what are we watching, what have we watched, what do we think? So kind of light reviews, or quasi-reviews. And we did, I don't know, probably 15 episodes of that, just the three of us, just via microphone, just chatting back and forth about anime. And we talked about some of the news stories and such, and we just do it. And we had a lot of fun. And then my friend had to move on and do other stuff. He just couldn't commit the time to it anymore. And so it was just me and Nick. And at that point, Nick had already started a YouTube channel where he had been doing some reviews, and he started posting just the first 10 minutes of our podcast on YouTube. And those were getting 2 or 3 times as many views as our podcast was getting listens. So we decided after we looked at those numbers, we decided, okay, obviously we're getting a lot more attention over on YouTube. And so we moved over to YouTube. We started doing videos together on YouTube, Nick and I. And then he moved on. He had other projects, and he just couldn't continue on doing it. And so I took over as just doing the videos, and been doing it ever since. So that's how it all got started. So it really got started just from wanting to write reviews. But then the other side of that is that while I was writing reviews for that original website with my friend, I was noticing that I had a real problem reading reviews. Most of the reviews I read were very unhelpful, and I didn't know why. But I realized most reviews I read I would skim, and I thought, why am I skimming past all that information? And I started digging into it and realizing how thin most reviews are, how deeply subjective most reviews are, and how rarely those reviews actually talk about the work itself. It's, I didn't like it, I wish they did X, I wish they did Y, but by the end of the review, I knew very little about what was actually in the show or the movie, except maybe some plot points, and plot points are usually the least indicative of anything about a work. So I started realizing I could do better than that. And that was what really drove me to keep doing stuff on Otaku no Video was realizing that I kind of cracked that code of seeing where a lot of reviews are unhelpful or less helpful than they could be. So it was that realization that's really been driving me. So yeah, so okay, so monthly buffet is a good idea. So I'll look into that. I will schedule out some things, see if I can't throw something into the classic club bin for that. Another thing to think about, and you guys can just kind of noodle about that, maybe email me about it. Is special things to do for the Saturday buffets that are not during regular times. So now that we're going to do things that are kind of out of normality, what would be some special events to do, so to speak? What would be some special segments to have? Okay. So, that's the idea. Another idea folks had, which I do like, but again, I'm trying to figure out how to do it, would be to have office hours, where I set aside 3 hours on Tuesday evenings, let's say, where I have a Google Plus Hangout running live for that entire 3 hour block, and anyone can stop in and chat. You can ask questions, we can discuss things, so forth and so on. The big tweak would be that it's not a hangout in terms of, hey, let's all just sort of sit here and blather. It's more of a professor's office hours. If you have questions, if you want to discuss something, we can certainly hang out for a while, but it's not, I'm bored, I want to be entertained for 3 hours, so I'm going to sit here and watch you. Different kind of sense there. I like the idea. It would be a serious time commitment on my side, because I kind of can't do anything else during those 3 hours. Now, obviously, I can start some things, but I have to mentally prepare to be blocked off for that amount of time, because who knows how many folks I'm going to get. So what do y'all think about that idea? Do you think that would be helpful or interesting or useful? You know, what are your thoughts on that one? He said as he, oh yeah, I wanted to do some peanuts. So while we're talking about this, we're going to do a quick talk about cooking. I'm going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And meanwhile, I'm going to grab a rim and bacon sheet. We're going to make some cinnamon sugar peanuts. Roasted peanuts. I'm going to have a rimmed baking sheet. That's so the peanuts don't fall off, because we're going to be sort of rattling them around a bit. So you can use a regular baking sheet. You're going to be a little more careful that you don't spread peanuts everywhere. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to grab some parchment paper. This will take like a minute. And put that on there, because we're going to have some oil along with these peanuts. So if we didn't have a layer there, the oil would get on the pan and potentially burn it, just sort of discolor it. So I'm going to grab my bag of Virginia peanuts. These are, I believe, unsalted raw peanuts. Really cool kind of canvas bag these come in. Oh, there's a little plastic bag in there, but it's kind of sealed to the canvas. That's fine. So let me just open that plastic bag. There we go. Come on. There we go. And so I'm going to grab 2 cups of this. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. I just cleaned my cup measure. So we're going to get what did I do wrong? I want to come out. Go. So 2 cups of peanuts. There's one. Going everywhere. And there's 2. And then to that, we're going to add 2 tablespoons of peanut oil. Makes sense, peanut oil. And peanut oil is going to provide a sort of a bonding agent for these. So not only will it speed up the roasting, because it'll have this oil that will also heat up and will basically roast them in a faster way and in a stronger way. Moreover, when we sprinkle our cinnamon sugar stuff over it, they'll stick to the oil. So I'm going to take this oil. Another reason, again, why we want this this parchment paper on there. But you can do it without it. I mean, it's not going to kill anything. And then I want to spread that oil around on those peanuts, so they're all oily. So as much mixture as you can do there. You can put them all in a bowl, for example, and then spread them around that way. That would work as well. And you want raw peanuts here, not cooked or anything. Okay. And we have to wait a few more minutes for the oven to reach temperature, at which point we will come back to this. I'm just getting the rest of the oil on all of these, and then we will start roasting them. There we go. So there's our peanuts. Pull this stuff back. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to not only roast these, we're going to take them out every so often. Actually, we're going to take them out twice and stir them while they're roasting. So, well, I say while they're roasting. We're going to roast them for like 7 minutes, take them out, spread them around, put them back in for another 7 minutes, take them out, turn them around, put them back in. That'll make sure that we don't get some of them brown more on one side than the other, that kind of thing. Okay, so again, we've got to wait till my oven gets up to temperature. So scrolling back to the comments here. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Claim. Have a creative activity instead of just exchanges. So maybe I have an assignment. There's something for us to do. So the wiki content, that's an interesting idea. So maybe we center it around the wiki, and it's a excuse me, it's a Q&A about the wiki, and or it's a way for us to coordinate wiki edits. I like that. Or the activity centered around the wiki. We announce something on the wiki, we do things, and then I have office hours where folks can come in and talk about that, or provide suggestions or whatever. It also might be something that's more useful as the wiki spins up, and as folks have questions about the wiki and how to do things. If I have office hours about that and about administrative decisions and moderations and how do I do this on the wiki, that might make sense too. So I like that idea of kind of making those office hours, shall we say, more wiki focused. You can certainly come in and ask a question and say, what's a good anime? No, but you could ask a question about, well, you said this about Lane. What do you think? That's an idea. It's centered around the wiki. I like that. Or a collaborative thing. So Anime Guy, I have thought about that. That's a little later on the list. So let me jump to that here real quick. I would like to schedule different things at different times. The problem is that with all this other stuff I've got on the list, I think I need to push that off till season 4. I have partly because I haven't come up with a with what to do in those other sets of time. Sets of time? I haven't figured out what to do in those other periods. So the Saturday buffet works for the Saturday buffet people. So I want to experiment with doing things at other times, but like what? And if you guys have ideas, I'm totally open to those ideas. I'm willing to try saying I'm going to do something for an hour here or an hour there and try some things out. I don't know what yet. So if you guys have any ideas, if you guys can throw something out there for that, again, I'm all ears. But unless I get something, I need more time to figure that out, and get that working. I know if nothing else, there's some folks who could only come on Friday evenings, and can't do it. So again, I like to make this more work better for other time zones, and I know I have a very international audience. I respect that. I want to make that work for you all. We got to find something that works, and we got to. Importantly, we have to find something that works. We have to go through that process of bouncing around to different times and trying those out for different amounts of different numbers of sessions. Try this for a couple of weeks, then try that. It's going to be a process. But I'm not going to schedule something for 6 a.m. on Tuesdays when I don't have a topic to cover. When I don't have something to do. Unless it's like an office hours thing. But again, that kind of has to. The office hours thing I think is a good idea that we're gonna have to evolve out of the wiki and out of our discussions there. I think the wiki and the office hours are gonna tie together nicely. But so again, do you guys have any suggestions for other segments I could do at other times? If somebody writes a Brent fan fiction, I will read it on air. I can promise you that right now. Maybe that's our first challenge. You guys write fanfic, and then for the next Saturday buffet, I like actually that's tempting. Maybe for the next Saturday buffet, which would be again maybe late April, early May. I will read whatever fanfic involving me that you all submit. You can email it to me. Or put it on the wiki. Why not? Although, depending on content, you might want to, we might want to keep the wiki free of anything massively adult. So perhaps just email. I will totally read. I'm absolutely serious about this. I will read fanfic that you send to me in which I am involved on air. All right, so let me put this stuff in the oven. So again, our oiled peanuts in the oven. Middle of the oven, you want it to be because the burner's at the top of the bottom. Burner's at the bottom. Maybe it's going at the top. And so you don't want it all the way at the bottom or all the way at the top. You want it in the middle so it has fairly even heat. And then we're going to set our timer for 7 minutes, and we will stir at that point. Meanwhile, I'm going to make the cinnamon sugar combination, and that's going to be a small bowl containing 1 teaspoon each of sugar, salt, and cinnamon. Yeah. Now the salt may surprise you, but remember these are unsalted peanuts. It's very rare for us to ever eat peanuts that aren't salted. So there needs to be some salt in here, otherwise it tastes really strange. Just one of the, and I say that because I initially made this recipe without salt, and it just was really odd. There needs to be some saltiness in there for us to tell us it's peanuts. It's strange. But that's just how our minds work. Or it's how our taste buds work. Yeah, no, you write something, I will say it. I'm totally up for that. All right, so a teaspoon of salt, and then a teaspoon of cinnamon. I'm actually low on cinnamon. I made cinnamon buns last night and this morning, and so I went through a bunch of my cinnamon. It's now on my list, my shopping list, to get more, but I have enough for this. Yeah. So that's just a teaspoon each of salt, sugar, and cinnamon, and you stir that up best you can. Now 3 teaspoons makes a tablespoon, and I say that because that's a hint as to how much you actually need of any given set of ingredients if you're going to roast peanuts. And you take your 2 cups of peanuts, add, in this case, 2 tablespoons of oil, and you can change the amount of oil a bit up and down. Less, and you won't have as much sticking to them. More, and they'll get a little goopy. This is actually 2 tablespoons is a fair amount of oil. I could probably cut that back without really hurting anything. But I like to have a nice even coating of stuff on there. So if you have your 2 cups of peanuts and 2 tablespoons of oil, then you need 1 tablespoon's worth of seasoning. Just divide it up however much you want until you get a tablespoon's worth, and that's how much seasoning you need. And again, we have a little while to go here before our peanuts are ready, but at least now we have that seasoning all ready to go. Am I more Xeon or EFF? I am so Xeon. I am very Xeon. I have not seen Kill la Kill. No, I've got the first few episodes downloaded though, and yeah, queued up on various streaming services. So I have heard some positive things about Kill la Kill. The character designs kind of creep me out, but we'll see. I'm willing to give it a try. I should say the costume designs creep me out. But yeah, so so for my international viewers, I totally am up for experimenting around with times. I just need something to talk about during those other segments. I don't know. If you guys have ideas, please let me know. So a few other thoughts. So okay, so there's one other thing that I definitely do want to do, but it'll probably be post season 3. I want to do an online anime convention. I want to do basically this, but for a weekend, all weekend. I would be streaming live all weekend. It would be basically panel style things for during the day when I'm actually awake and I'm actually conscious. So I have a good amount of content already lined up that I do for various conventions. I would want to expand that, but I certainly can fill out that time in various ways. Then at night, so into the evening and night into the next morning, I can switch over to a Google Plus Hangout, the way we do the Classic Club, and stream anime there. And I have so much anime I can stream. And the nice thing with my setup is that I can queue up 15 hours worth of anime and just have it play back to back. So you would have sort of, me doing panels for most of the time, and then jump over to streaming anime. The other nice thing is that all of the panel stuff is being done on YouTube. It's being recorded, so it would all actually be available for later. So all that stuff would be recorded on YouTube as a broadcast. All the anime stuff would not, for obvious reasons. So that's pretty cool. Also, that allows me to get some sleep. So while I'm streaming some anime at 4 a.m., I can go to bed for a little while. I'll watch some of it with you guys, but I can also get a little bit of sleep and then come back the next day. So it'd be I get a Friday, Saturday, Sunday where I am just doing this like crazy. Ideally, I'd also get some other co-hosts in. So I'd find a way of syncing in. Maybe I'd Skype in somebody else, have them do a panel here or there, that kind of stuff. That would be pretty cool. But it's all technically very doable, and so you can watch it from anywhere and be involved. We'd have the chat room going. So I'm curious to see what you guys think of that. How we could make that even more awesome. What the options would be. Something I can do at any time, but again, if we're doing the wiki now, while I'm writing and recording all the videos for season 3, then I'm doing season 3 and all the Saturday buffets. I really don't want to commit to that until we've gotten all of that stuff done. It's too easy to drop a ball. So just in terms of scheduling, it has to be a little later on. What do you guys think of that? And how could we improve it? One of the other nice things is that if we do agree that this is a good idea, we can start advertising it and putting it out there months in advance so folks know this is happening. That's a 7-minute warning. So I take the peanuts out. Can't really see much there, but I'm just going to use a spoon to scrape those around. You can hear a little bit of sizzling. There we go. And then I'm just jiggling those a little bit so that they spread out some more. And put them back in the oven for another 7 minutes. The total of 20 minutes, so I'm doing it in 7 minutes, and then probably 6 minutes to add up to 20. You want to stir a few times between there. So yeah, online anime convention. I think everyone wants to see me clean my house at some point. It's pretty ugh. I mean, part of the reason I want to do an online anime convention is it's like we now have the technology to do what they do at conventions, just stream it all online. This is not to say that it's a bad idea to have physical conventions. I'm not saying those are obsolete or anything. I'm just saying why not do it? Why not do online anime conventions? Folks are doing other conventions online now. I've been involved in online tabletop game conventions. Role playing and there are you can play board games online and all these other kinds of things. So why not do the same thing with anime? Oh, nice, Raka. Homemade potato chips? Yeah, that's pretty amazing. That's homemade potato chips are stunning, stunning food. So different. Yeah, and for the anime convention, we're talking once a year. And not something we do a lot of, but yeah, it's like a 48-hour game jam. But talking about anime, and again, I have presentations on Gundam, on history of anime, on reviewing, on how anime is made. I can talk about the history of the anime industry. There's lots of stuff I can reveal and discuss and just lecture about for a while, and then take questions, and we can have Q&A sessions, all sorts of neat things. There's certainly plenty of material. And I can do things like history of franchises. I can build some of these proto primers, primers on various franchises, and do those as presentations. You want a video of me cleaning? I can make this happen. So you're right, Eric. So the other interesting thing is then leveraging other technologies and having other kind of chats running, other stuff. I would love to have multiple streams going, but I'm limited by just my hardware. And just me. It's only one of me. So there's only certain kind of ways we can sync all this up. But there's certainly some interesting options. And again, I'd be totally open to having multiple things going on at once, where somebody else wants to host some stuff, they have their own stream, and so we're kind of bouncing between those streams. That's all doable. Where we say, okay, go to this stream for this, or that stream for that. So yeah, multiple co-hosts. I'd like to see that too. I'd love to do more roundtables and stuff. We could also do some interesting stuff in terms of, again, if we're doing this ahead of time, of saying, maybe we do like a classic club, but where we say, okay, everyone is going to watch this thing separately. We're not going to watch it together because we don't have time for it, but we're, let me think of something. Madoka Magica. We're all going to watch Madoka Magica. Then we're going to have a discussion panel about that that's guided, where we have certain questions we're going to ask and talk about. Checking the timer there. And but where we can actually sort of get into some meaty discussion about these things. That's a possibility. Also, I should point out, if we want to do Skype, I can sync in Skype to this YouTube Live system. So I can set up Skype so that we're actually looking at Skype stuff and listening to Skype conversations as we do YouTube Live. I've done that before in kind of a different context, but I know the technology syncs up. So we could also do a thing where, as part of the con, some of us all get together on Skype to talk about these things. That'd be interesting too. This also gives us the opportunity to line up some folks to actually talk about or talk to contact Crispin Freeman and contact Fred Patton or Fred Choate. Contact these various people. Helen McCarthy in England. Lots of folks. I've interviewed Helen McCarthy. Line up some people who would actually be available to come in for an hour for even just an interview. And again, I could host that stuff, but we could do some fun stuff there. But yeah, like a book club, exactly. Where we all watch it beforehand. Again, something that we don't necessarily that I don't always want to do because it's always hard to make the commitment and do that. But if we set it far enough in advance and it's a short enough thing, then folks can generally get their hands on it and find it, even if they have to torrent it or what have you. Not that I recommend that, but at least it makes it a little easier than saying, oh my gosh, I have 2 weeks to do this. So Claim, you mentioned the beginning of my videos were, oh, welcome back. So capitalizing on that kind of stuff, I like that idea. So are you thinking more like a tour of Brent's home? I'm trying to understand what you mean by capitalizing on that, and what I would do, where that would go. Yeah, I like it. My brain isn't going any further than my saying, "Oh, welcome back," with my a manga there and the pipe. I got some really negative feedback on the pipe early on. People hated the pipe. Weird. Okay, so you can see now the peanuts are a little darker. They're starting to roast, which is good. I've been in there for about 14 minutes. And they're actually, I mean, they're significantly darker. So I'm actually going to make a little bit of a command decision. I'm going to put them in there for a few more minutes. You never know. Sometimes, depending on the environment and how things are going, sometimes they cook a little faster. Oh, and I need a container for them. Let me be right back. One other nice thing about doing this, these peanuts, your entire house smells like roasted peanuts. Come on. But yeah, agreed. So sort of an advanced book club would allow us to sort of formulate some thoughts and write some stuff down as we're going. This might be a thing to do for the monthly buffets. So we organize something to say, okay, next month we're going to discuss this work. Let's watch it before that. Oh, I like that. So let me write that down. That's nice. The other thing about the about the monthly buffets is because they're less often, I can more easily devote more time to it. So I can stay awake a little later. I can start a little earlier. I can, put a few more things around it so we have more time to watch anime or whatever. So that would be an advantage. Let's see here. Nice white cupboards. Thank you. It was my mom's idea actually to be. They were originally an odd like beige color, a little lighter than this color. Actually, about this color. They were that color, and it was just not very nice. And I was gonna put up with them. My mom was like, "Nope, paint them all white, nice and clean," and she was right. I keep thinking about though painting over them what's called trompe l'oeil, which is paintings of real things, and paint them as though behind them is like food. So having jars of tomatoes and jars of various stuff in there as though it's like an old time kitchen, but make it all like Renaissance era food or early 20th century American stuff. So all the labels are old stuff. I'd love to do that, and just make it all look like it's a different kitchen. I think that'd be fun. Let's see here. What the weird thing about the weird thing about the pipe stuff? People thought I was promoting the use of pipes among children. They thought people would see that and think that I thought that smoking was a good idea. What? I don't think they. Well, no, they said children watch this channel. How could you be so irresponsible? Mm, okay. Because if a kid watches me with a plastic pipe, they're going to start to smoke. A novelty. Anyway. Okay, yeah. So this is nice and brown. These are nice and brown. So now we sprinkle our cinnamon sugar over it, trying to be as even as possible. Don't have to be too precise because we're going to mix these together. But it's easier if you're spreading it around evenly. And then we take our spoon to really get those spread around. There we go. And there is some cinnamon sugar peanuts. Now I'm going to actually go over here and move the peanuts out of the way, away from this oven, which is still kind of hot. So the peanuts are just going to sit over there to cool off. Then I'll probably stir them again as they cool, and eventually I will then toss them. Oops, yeah. I'll then toss them into a large jar, and there we go. Then this goes into a table in my living room for munchies. So when I'm watching anime, whatever, I just reach over and I have a jar of these and other peanuts and chocolates and other stuff sitting there ready for food. But they have to cool off first. Put a lot of hot stuff in there, and they cool off in there. That'll change the atmosphere in there, and it can do weird stuff to the glass. So you kind of want to let that cool down to something closer to room temperature. So yeah, so book club idea folks like. Good. So let's do that for the Saturday buffet. Raka, I love that idea. A cooking-specific show. That solves some interesting problems. So one of the problems with Otaku no Cooking is that cooking is variable. Some things take half an hour, some things take 2 hours. And it's tough for me to fit that in between doing the news and then going down here to the kitchen to bake things and going back up there. Maybe Otaku no Cooking is one of those things that I can experiment with doing at different times throughout the week. So I can do some of these things and do some longer things where I say, okay, we're going to do an afternoon of baking cookies or an afternoon of desserts, maybe. So we do cupcakes, cookies, and brownies. Or we do something that takes some time, something that has a good number of steps. Not hard, but just something that's multi-segmented. That's a neat idea. Not that I would never do a cooking segment during a Saturday buffet again, just that can then become something for focused on the easier stuff, maybe. And something that I do just kind of as I have opportunity. Whereas I can do something a little more interesting, a little more intricate. Well, not intricate, but something again, more steps as a separate segment. That's a good thought. And rock and roll. I also like that idea of maybe do a book club where you watch up to a certain point, then we all watch together. I think that's something that would be right for certain shows. So I'll have to look back through my library and look for shows that would benefit from that, where we're kind of all watch, and then there's something big that happens at the end, or something significant that where our reaction in the moment is useful, as opposed to giving us some time to think it over. But yeah, I like that idea. That's a good one. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the novelty pipe, it's actually solid. I can't blow bubbles out of it. Otherwise, I wanted to. I so wanted to blow bubbles out of the pipe. But it's a solid hunk of plastic, sadly. It's actually a two-piece part of you can actually screw part of it off. It's weird. Oh, several people cooking simultaneously together on video. I see. Hmm. That's a really interesting idea. The only drawback I can think of is that there would be some points where you have four people all talking at once. But again, it depends on the kind of cooking you're doing. Where maybe it doesn't require a lot of explaining things to the audience. Maybe you're just not explaining things. Maybe you're just sitting there cooking. It's a thought. It's a thought. It would be interesting actually to do something where it's just like we're going to do a cooking segment this Saturday. We're going to cook this Saturday, and you come on and you cook whatever the heck you want to. We're just all together cooking, and in other words, there doesn't have to be any synchronization. It doesn't have to be the same thing, or even the same category of food. We're just all cooking together. That's a neat thought. That's a really neat idea. But yeah, no, exactly, and that's the thing, Raka, is it would definitely be just not necessarily a one-off thing, but a separate kind of a show, a separate kind of a segment, where we just say, okay, from 1 to 5 p.m. this Sunday, maybe, we're gonna do the cooking, and it'll just be a cooking thing. Cool, I like it. Neat idea. So I'll write that down. Otaku no cooking as separate segment where we're good. Let me just type this up and then I'll go back to what the other folks are suggesting. Book club. Plan a video or plan to discuss a show next month. We all watch it ahead of time. For some shows, we watch most of it, then finish together and discuss. Love it. Yeah, kitchen noise is gonna be a problem too. That's something to think about. But yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I think it's worth, if nothing else, we'll call it an afternoon cooking show. It's something to try, something to do once or twice, and see how it works out. Like you say, no reason not to do it. So how do I organize communication with people about this kind of thing through G Plus? Clay asks. A couple different ways of doing it. Probably. There are lots of ways we could do it. The easiest is usually email, because folks generally have an email address, and it's kind of a baseline of communication that we can all at least get to. We can all access that, and we don't forget to get on certain social. Well, anyway. So that's I would tend to baseline on email. That said, it's not necessarily the most efficient way of doing it. It's just the most convenient, or the most always there. G Plus I would much prefer to do because that's where I live. And you can do lots of comments. You can have multiple posts. We create a community on Google Plus, which is like a page on Facebook, just for organizing this stuff, where we could just post new threads and comment on those there. We could also use the wiki. Just make a page on the wiki for one of these things, and we're gonna all just add whatever we want onto the bottom of the wiki page. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think would be the easiest way of coordinating something like the book club, for example, where we have to, someone has to announce, probably me. We'll have to announce what we'll be talking about and what date it will be. But we also have to be able to talk about what do we want to watch and what are our available dates. So there needs to be some conversation back and forth. And here's the thing: I get that a lot of folks rarely check email. The thing is, everybody has email, and once you get into, we're going to use Twitter, then you get two people who don't have a Twitter account, and three people don't use Facebook. So that's why it's not to say that email is the best way of doing it, but it's why I'm kind of favoring email. But if there's a better solution, I'm totally up for that. And it's why I'm offering this during this Saturday buffet, so we can all talk about it. We can all come up with a recommended sort of communication medium, and then we can begin on that, using that tomorrow, and we can all start on those conversations and start getting that going through those, and then of course grow to wherever else we want to go. Or to say, well, what if we went to if we use Facebook or whatever. I should also point out I can set up an email mailing list so that we can email to one address, discuss@otakunovideo.net, and then you can sign up for that mailing list and everyone gets everything emailed to that address. So if we want to go email, that's an option. We'll see. But what do you guys think? What's kind of what would be a good way of organizing these things? And of course, it can also be a combination of stuff. Okay. So I'm just spreading around those peanuts because spreading things out cools them out a little faster, and stirring them around cools them out and cool them a little faster. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna get something to drink here. Usenet. Excellent idea. Let's do that. Rec Arts SF Otaku no Video. .discuss. Ooh, I happen to have some chocolate milk from the local dairy. It is whole milk with chocolate in it. I'm drooling already. This is basically a milkshake. Oh, come on. Oh, that's right. Check this out. Watch how this pours. Oh, look at that. Not too much, not too much. I'm having a really healthy dinner here. Macaroni and cheese and chocolate milk. None of that 2% here. Wow. Instead of doing use that, we just go for Gopher. Just use Gopher and transfer things back and forth to Gopher. Yeah, and certainly YouTube announcements are an option as well. That's certainly a good way of starting things. Well, you need some sort of communication system. It might be that for the mailing list, I just tell people, contact me with your email address if you want to be on the mailing list, and then I add them. So I just add them manually, and then if they want to go off, they contact me, and I remove them. And you can still do all the normal technical stuff if you know what you're doing, but that might have to be the option. What is that? Is it a shadow? Wow. Look like I've been stopped in the face. Huh. That's weird. Anyway. So, yes. So we talked about online conventions. We talked about that. So, I have some questions for you guys. Yes. Plurk. Let's use Plurk. I think that would be the ideal solution. Um, Plurk, or just go to CompuServe. Just set up a little set up accounts on CompuServe, and then go there. Easy. Okay, so some questions for you guys. So again, this is all for you. So I want to get some information from you all about um, where you all are. Where do you all hang out online in terms of social media, in terms of just general discussion and conversational places? Are you guys on Gaia Online? Are you on Facebook? Do you guys use Facebook? I know there are some folks who just, hate Facebook and never go on it. I'm not quite to that level. Well, yeah, I kind of am that. But I can use Facebook. Um, where do you guys congregate? Because I want to be where you guys are. So, what are your favorite sort of hangouts online so that I know where to situate myself? All right, thanks for stopping by, Gilded Suns. I hope you've emailed me with your information. I'd love to work with you on editing those news videos. We'll see where that goes. Can make a MySpace, maybe. I understand Orkut is still giant in South America. Like there's still a huge Orkut user base, just in different places. I like the lighting in here because my eyes look vaguely cyborg. Speaking of which, I did have something special happen to me or I did something special to myself this week. I don't know if it surprises you guys at all or not, but I'm now on Android. So I switched from my iPhone, which I had for like 5 years, to Android. So I'm now getting used to the whole Android experience. I did it mainly because of Google Glass. Glass integrates just better with Android, shock of all shocks. And I'd had the iPhone for years, and I thought, it's time for me to try the other side of the fence. And sure enough, they're pretty much the same. The UI is pretty much the same. It's within 2 hours, I had all the same apps installed here, and everything was transferred over, and I was using it pretty much like I use my old iPhone. So I don't see why people get all worked up over either side of that debate. Yeah, so I'm now an Android guy for at least the foreseeable future. It's a Moto X. Um, so we'll see. I'm enjoying it so far. Works pretty well. And of course, I have my. It won't slide over like that anymore. Must be. Oh, there we go. I have. See if you guys can guess what that's from. It's fairly hard to tell from there, actually. If I zoom in a little bit. No, it doesn't have that camera can't autofocus. Another nice thing actually to get is an autofocus. So where are you guys online? Let's see here. So Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, forums. I once read a fanfic. I don't know if I told you guys or not. It was a crossover between Serial Experiments Lane and Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, and it worked. It was not a lemon, I should point out. It was just a straight fanfic, but it was actually a surprisingly, well thought out fic, and like it hit like Meiji Kusanagi sounded like Meiji Kusanagi, and Bato sounded like. They got it right. So Facebook, Twitter, G Plus, thank you. Um, Facebook. Interesting. Are there any anime specific places where you guys congregate? The fanfic is on fanfiction.net. Just search for Serial Experiments Lane. There are not that many not that many fanfics of them of it, and you'll find the one that also is the Ghost in the Shell crossover. So just search for Lane on fanfiction.net. I mean, there are a lot of them, but it's not thousands. And scroll through and you'll find it. And it's something like Serial Experiments, Ghost in the Shell, or something. I think it was quite clear that it was a crossover, as I recall. But I read, and it was a comparatively lengthy fic, and I read it through. I was like, I'm entertained. Tumblr, Reddit, M. 4chan hates me, so that's a problem. Of course, 4chan hates everybody. Okay, so it sounds like Twitter is certainly significant. Hummingbird. I'm actually not familiar with Hummingbird. I'm old. No, I'm not. Hummingbird. What is I'm looking for Hummingbird now just so I can look into that. Oh, let me just go back to that doodle. See if there are any other comments on the straw poll. Yeah, a few more. So definitely the focus on individual elements of the anime is ahead, followed by, and then everything else is kind of neck and neck. 5, 5, and then 7 for that one. Interesting. Glad I did that. So what's the URL for Hummingbird? Or what's the, how do I get there? Twitter. That's interesting. See, I would have thought there would be more anime forums. Well, I started one and it never got traction, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, let me head back upstairs so I can blow my nose because I've got a stuffy nose. Come with me. There we go. I'll go back downstairs to jar up those peanuts in a bit. Whew. Been out in the garden all day gardening, so it's been, screwing together boards and doing all sorts of stuff. I wouldn't mind doing a segment on hentai. Not like hentai is cool, but just, people don't talk about hentai at all, and it seems like a topic worthy of discussion and debate. A lot of folks are watch a lot of hentai, and it seems to me like something that we just kind of ignore and pretend doesn't exist, and should be brought into the light to an extent. Again, not to legitimize it, but to say maybe we should talk about this instead of pretending it doesn't exist. Humming.me, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the offer claim, but we can do a forum easily enough. I can do a forum if we want to. I'm not convinced, like folks are saying here. I don't think there's enough interest in folks of having a real serious forum. ANN, Anime News Network, actually has a very lively forum, and Nick actually was doing a lot of stuff there to try to get stuff going. But there's just people want to. Well, you look at the topics on ANN's forums, and it's all, what is the best shonen anime? Mm. So humming.me is for me returning nothing. Oh, dang it. Dang it, my live now on YouTube thing never went live. Dang it. Saved as a draft. Forget it. Maybe it's secure only. Weird. Continue. Nope. Unavailable. Weird. Maybe something's up. Um, what is your hentai topic, Raka? And I hear these comments about anime not being a big enough thing for a forum. I I agree. It would be nice to have a forum where we could actually discuss things intelligently, but it is a time commitment. There's a lot to it, and it may just not be worth it. I'm totally up for that. So this is good. This tells us that there's not a a secret place where folks are congregating that I should be jumping on. But folks are certainly on Twitter. I can certainly use Twitter more. I got to figure out a way of engaging with Twitter more. I made the mistake of doing the popularity thing where I started following like everyone who ever followed me and then following like all of their friends. And so I've got like a couple of thousand. Well, I don't know if it's a couple of thousand. Let me see here. Yeah, let's see if I can see the stats on that. Yeah, well, I got about 2,000 followers for Otaku no Video, but it's all um, um, well, it's all school is boring wall and the occasional um, Madoka Magica rocks or whatever. There's just very little of any sort of depth in conversation there, and I can't or I have a difficult time sorting through the noise. It's all my fault to find the interesting conversations. So I got to figure that out. I don't know what I'm going to do there, but I'm glad to know a lot of you guys are on Twitter, so maybe we can build something there. That's an interesting claim. A discourse forum as opposed to just a regular forum. That's a thought, and I'd like to dig into that further now or at some point about how one could design software to encourage discussion and debate rather than just throwing stuff out there. It's not a place to just chat so much as it's a place to it's a place for discourse. Yeah, I do. My full-time job is writing web software, so that is doable. And I'm reading what you're saying about hentai and tentacle and rape there, Raka. So continue making your point. So this is a really interesting conversation about hentai, and I definitely want to deal with that. Let me finish up our conversation about Twitter and forums, and then let's dive into that. Um, so yes, so I'm with you, Count Mecca. A lot of the industry folks are on Twitter, so it's a really effective way of seeing what they're talking about. The difficulty I have with Twitter is you cannot. I don't know. It is extremely difficult to have a long form, thoughtful conversation on Twitter. Those characters, that tweet length is a limiting factor. It's a serious limiting factor to really getting your point across. It encourages pithiness, which is not really a good way of formulating a long form thought. Um, but Twitter is good at other things. So it could be Twitter is just an effective way of being there and doing things. So here's a question for you guys: what could I be doing on Twitter that it would be useful for you? Because I can use Twitter. I can post stuff on Twitter. I can throw stuff out there. I can retweet what industry people are saying. I can mention the stuff that I do. I posted a video. Um, but how is Twitter useful for you? Or any of these other systems for that matter. But Twitter, because I'm seeing Twitter showing up a lot in what you guys use, somewhere in that hierarchy. How would you like to see me use Twitter? And I do have some good thoughts about the hentai stuff there, Raka. So again, I want to go back to that to you because there's there are things to say about this. Oh, Raka is leaving. So let me say this real quick, hopefully before Raka leaves. Um, um, my opinion. A lot of hentai is about power and control. Many hentai stories are power trips, and they're wish fulfillment fantasies, in which the male character is exhibiting control or using control over the female characters. This is partly due to changes in gender roles over the past few decades in Japan, where women have gotten more power, more liberation from men, and men are feeling threatened by that. That's total psychoanalyzing that I have no right to do, but it's just what I seem to be seeing. Um, um, Point being, a lot of that rape is there because the um, anime is not real, and the Japanese anime industry is one of the few industries that is very comfortable with how unreal its thing is. Um, Most other industries and most other cultures want to be as real as possible. Even when they're being fantastic, they want a certain amount of realism. The anime industry isn't as interested in that. So, in general, so they are much more comfortable presenting things that are very disturbing in real life because they know this isn't actually happening to real people. It can be wish fulfillment in a way that other people just aren't comfortable with portraying. Um,
Now, it is really creepy that people feel this desire to have this complete control of other people, particularly over women. This idea that no doesn't necessarily mean no. I can get whatever I want. That said, there is a cultural aspect to it. To not a cultural aspect, but there is that sense of saying, well, this isn't happening to a real person, so the consent is not significant. Ink and paint cannot consent. There's no concept of that. And you saw some of this actually come out in the recent debate over the Tokyo Youth Ordinance Bill Amendment, where folks were actually talking about how this makes no sense because manga characters are not over 18 or under 18, or they don't have rights. They are fictional characters. We can do whatever we want to them. So that's part of it. Another part of it is that culturally, and this is a small part of it, culturally in Japan, it is expected for women, traditionally, for women to push off sexual advances, to try to avoid those things, to be the virginal Yamato Nadeshiko type of person, type of girl, where I'm kind of not a sexual being. So it is expected that a good girl will push away a guy who asks for sex, even if she wants it. Now, that is not to say that no doesn't mean no. That is not to say that Japan is full of rapists, any of that kind of stuff. It's just to say that there's that cultural expectation that women are supposed to be demure and are supposed to not be eager for sex ever. They're always supposed to be to sort of downplay that as much as possible. Push that to certain extremes and push male reactions to that to certain extremes. And you see some of the weird sort of rapey behavior you see in hentai. And I am really going off on this. So as you mentioned, the tentacles are a good example of where it's sort of bizarre fantasy where there's this creature that you just can't stop that immediately attacks you. So it's rape, but it's a ridiculous fantasy. Whereas, like you mentioned, the sequence in Cool Devices, that is, that happens. That kind of stuff happens, and that's what makes one uncomfortable. And I think again that gets back to the fact that in Japan it's more culturally acceptable to explore those things with ink and paint that can't say no. Don't know if it's right or wrong. I kind of am more on the side that has very nasty implications, and I'm not happy with it. But I think that's where it's coming from. So now scrolling back to actual comments here. Well, Mexican otaku, I mean, there's an exception to every rule. There's going to be hentai that accepts everything I've ever said. The question is general trends. Indeed, the whole idea of the women after sex begging for sex is part of that whole control and power thing. It is, to be crude for a second, if I stick my dick in you, you will become instantly addicted to it, and you can't think of anything else. That's control, that's power, and that's the man exerting that mystical power over the woman. And it's kind of absurd, but that's what they're kind of playing into, is that the woman doesn't know what she really wants, and as soon as the guy goes, there's also a lot of weird, and this is true in porn in general. There's a lot of weird, incorrect gender politics where people are like, men think about porn men think about sex all the time. And so women must do that as well. But they never talk about it, so they must be hiding it. So thus it must be suppressed. So it must be that as soon as we introduce a woman to
real hardcore sex, then suddenly she will be a sex fiend who wants sex as much as any guy. I mean, there's so many things wrong with that, starting with the idea that men think about sex all the time, by the way. But no, there are very different views on that. It works in very different ways in the sexes. Plus the fact that you can't generalize sexes that easily in terms of how they view sex. It's way more complex than that. But that comes into it a lot too. That people are like, well, no, a woman who truly knows sex will want to screw all the time. Plus the whole fantasy of, once you have this encounter, now your girlfriend slash wife slash whatever is now this sex crazy nympho. That's appealing. Maybe we need to do a segment about hentai. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Raka. Appreciate it. Thank you for bringing it up. It's a very interesting discussion, and we do need to. It would be worth talking about. And again, maybe this is something that's worth my doing a couple of segments on, either as videos on YouTube or as discussions here, where we actually get into what all that means. But exactly, rock and roll. Submissive, psychodominant relationships. That's that'd be a very convenient thing to have. To have a horny slut who just can't wait for you to come home and screw her brains out every night, appeals to a lot of people. It makes sex convenient. When I went through therapy, for example, just to get a little personal here, one of the things I talked about in therapy was pornography and different kinds of pornography and kind of what they mean. Because at the time I was pretty heavily addicted to online pornography, something I still struggle with to this day. And my therapist helped me to push through a lot of my issues there. And one of the things he pointed out is that a lot of those situations involve characters that have surrendered their control to the protagonist, where the protagonist is all the control. When you don't have a steady access to sex for whatever reason, and that steady supply, maybe you have access to it, but not as much as you want, by the way. But when your sexual needs are insufficiently met for whatever reason, and even if it's an unrealistic expectation, you start wanting those sorts of partners that are eager in one way or another, or just can't say no. And as he explained, one of the reasons why people often get turned on or get into like lolicon is because kids are easy to control. Kids are easy to dominate, and not even in a totally creepy way, but kids do what adults tell them to do. So it's a lot easier to imagine getting into that kind of relationship with somebody where you just tell them not to say anything or whatever. Bondage. One of the reasons I see so much bondage stuff online, why you see so much just general BDSM stuff, dominant submission stuff, is because of that thing. A lot of people are working through their issues sexually with feeling that they don't get enough sex, often because a magazine tells them that they're not getting enough sex, and that's where those cravings often come out. Is that idea that, oh well, if my partner was just into being tied up, then that solves that problem. This is why I love doing the buffet, because we can get into these conversations that people just don't get into a lot. Yeah, exactly. Claim. Discussing it doesn't mean you support it. It doesn't mean that you think it's cool. It just means you're discussing it. But yeah, Dark Realm, I have a really tough time with rape in any context. I can do with what's the term? It's not uncertainty. It's um, oh, what's the term? But it's where the woman, she agrees to do it, she goes ahead, and then she kind of gets second thoughts. But then the guy goes ahead anyway. Where like in real life, no, you at that point you stop. But if she gets second thoughts and they go through, and more importantly, if she is satisfied thereafter, if it's just she was suddenly a little worried, that I can live with. Um, but the whole screaming out no, no, no throughout the entire experience, ew, ugh. Reluctant. That's the term I was thinking of. When the girl is unsure and a little reluctant and just maybe kinda, I, I can go with that. Again, in real life, you'd want to be more careful than that. Be careful about the situations, but that I can move forward with the story. Um, Beyond that, so the youthfulness of lowly characters. One of the interesting things about that is the fact that and again, this is not to to say it's cool. One of the things about the lowly stories that I stumbled across is that it's usually about characters first experiencing sex or first getting into it, so they're not jaded. They don't have weird hang-ups. And so I think that's to that point one of the reasons why folks get into those sorts of situations is the characters are more pure, they're more innocent, they're more just enjoying it for enjoying it, and it's not crazy. And that's totally just me psychoanalyzing it and making assumptions. But I'm guessing that's a lot of it. And again, it's back into the fact that a lot of hentai does not have that. A lot of hentai is a lot darker. So I think for a lot of folks, that's the only place, not the only place, but that's where you find a lot of the happy sex, if you will, is with younger characters. I don't know, but that's what kind of left out at me as one of the possible reasons why that might attract people. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, Amazon, you jumped into our discussion of why there's so much rape in hentai. So that's a good point, anime guys. One of the reasons why I think this is worth talking about, and especially in a larger sense, worth talking about, is that there's so much rape in hentai that you kind of can't get around it, and so you get used to it. You start saying, well, okay, that's not good rape, but there's nothing else on, so to speak. So I think that is true, that a lot of folks become more okay with it because it's around us. And psychology tells us that's what happens. You expose a thing to a person, to a subject over and over and over again, the subject becomes inured to it. It becomes normal, or that becomes at least more normal. Um, that's reality, which is creepy. And if this doesn't get my YouTube live video thing yanked, then we know nobody's watching on the YouTube side of things. So thank you guys for that information about where you are online. I one other question I wanted to ask you guys before we go any further, and just sort of open up general stuff. And I will think about ways to use Twitter more effectively. I would love for you guys to recommend other people that that would be good co-hosts, interviewees, discussion people, other folks for me to do videos with. Who are other folks online that you think are good? And I know we talked about this a little bit last time we got together, but I just want to throw this out again to see if other names have come to mind as folks that I should reach out to see about doing some collaborations with, or discussions with, things like that, just in general. Ah, Metsu no Taku. So Futare no Ecchi. Um, so I got to mention Futare no Ecchi. Futare no Ecchi was when it came out the most popular hentai in Japan, and this is worth mentioning. It is a story of a newlywed man and wife, and it starts just after they a couple months into their marriage. They've had sex, but it was a very painful experience. They're both very nervous about it. Um, they're just really worked up over it. And so the husband's sister is unmarried and um, gets around, we'll say, and not in a totally dark way. But she's very sexually open, and she tells both of them, look, you got to get over this. You've got to get used to this. And so this man and wife pledge to each other that they are going to um, learn each other's sexual likes and dislikes and interests in, I think it's the first year of their marriage, and just kind of nail down, okay, what are our boundaries, what are our parameters, what works, what doesn't. So we're going to kind of try pretty much everything and see what works for us, and just have that baseline vocabulary worked out. And so it's this ongoing series where they experiment with this stuff. And the manga contains, because I researched this, I was so amazed by this. The manga contains a lot of educational material intended for young couples to say, okay, you want to get into this, you want to get into that. Here are the safety concerns. Here's what to do. Here's what not to do. And not just within the fiction, like there are sidebar panels talking about these things. Um, get this. This was adapted into an anime series, like a 3-episode anime series, so there's not much of the plot in there. Written by Chiaki J. Konaka, the writer of Lane, Digimon Tamers, Magic Users Club, that guy. He wrote the screenplay, or he adapted the story of Futari no Ecchi, or I'm sorry, Futari Ecchi, for the anime. Wow. Um, what can I say? All right, so I'm writing down these lists. I kind of made an enemy out of Otaku USA, so I don't know that I could do that. And I don't know anyone on ANN that I really respect. But I haven't been reading ANN's like reviews in a while. So they may have changed over to some people who are writing interesting stuff now. So to that point, is there someone at Otaku USA or ANN that you think I should read their stuff and look into? Oh, okay. Oh shoot. There. Yeah, so I'm writing down those names. Excuse me. I'm a geek. I don't like working outside. Blow my nose before I chunk up all over the keyboard. And chunking up all over the keyboard is not something you want to hear after talking about hentai. Ah. Hmm. I will look up Otaku King 7707, as well as Jesu Otaku. And Holden and Mike Toole, possibly. Gotta figure out what we talk about, too. Kind of hard to say, will you talk to me? What about? Anything. So I'll figure out something there. You know, Daryl Surratt's a troll. Not all that interested there. I listened to AWO for a while, and I appreciated some of the stuff they did, but actually interacting with them on Twitter and stuff, no. Jesu Otaku, she, pardon me, I'm not familiar with Jesu Otaku, so cool. I actually wouldn't mind talking to that Mecha podcast. They do a one of the big Mecha websites. Um, I don't know, but I like the approach they take with things. They're I'll put it this way. Um, their podcast moves along at a nice pace. They're entertaining. Um, it's relatively shallow, but they're not spending a lot of time on anything anyway. Um, and their opinions and mine generally match up pretty well. So I think that would be fun. Yeah, MEHQ. Thank you. Thank you, Mozone. Appreciate it. Second season went very well. Looking forward to a third. Now I got to start writing and recording and assembling all of those videos for season 3. Actually, that is the disadvantage is with this system is that the 3 weeks I have off are 3 weeks I spend building all the content for the next season. But it works well. Not complaining. But thank you, Mozo. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a hangout. That's why I don't think I'll do a hangout tonight, mainly because I'm dying. Worked too hard today, so need to crash here in a little bit. But yeah, so thank you all. I mean, we're not going to stop right now, but thank you all for those responses and those comments. I'm going to integrate them all and start working on a plan for what I'm going to do for season 3. Basically, what we've talked about in terms of doing this wiki stuff and more digging deepers and the schedule for the Classic Club. And looks like I'm gonna do this thing about individual elements of anime and sort of diving deep on those. I'm gonna look into doing a Patreon and see what we can do about improving the news. I do like this idea of a book club. We'll continue to I will set up a monthly Saturday buffet. Probably we'll do one at the beginning of each month. So we'll do one like the first weekend of May, first Saturday of May, and the first Saturday of June. And then we'll go back to the regular shows thereafter. And I think what we'll include this book club idea in those. So I'll pick something, and we will and I'll post a video on the YouTube channel announcing the date and what we'll do, and then we can talk about that. We can talk about that, as comments on that video or whatever. Meanwhile, I would love for you guys to create. Actually, yeah, we can just do this. So the only oh shoot, did I just close the? I did. Sorry, I just closed the comments. Let me pull that up again. How did I do that? 1 second while I get back into the comments. Comments. Come on. Come back to the comments. Oh, I don't want that. I want to see the actual. Stop that. How annoying. Okay. Holy guacamole! Thank you, anime guy. I forgot about the giveaway. How dumb is that? Wow. Yeah. I totally forgot about the giveaway. Let's do that. So I'm gonna do the giveaway right now. As a reminder, the giveaway is giving away all of this. So whoever's at the top of the channel in about a minute, I'm going to give away all of this anime. And so you got Last Exile, you got, what is that? Oh, Cosmo Warrior Zero, down there. These are upside down, aren't they? That's why they're so hard to read. Huh? Let's flip that around then. Well, we'll just do it this way. You get that, and you get that, and you get that, Gundam, and you get that, Tokaze, and this, and this, and this, as well as this, and this, and all 4 of these. Leiji Matsumoto Captain Harlock thing, as well as Last Exile. Last Exile. Although this is the first 4 discs of, I think, 7. But it's a good chunk of anime. Oh, you'll also get the first disc of Nadia and the Secret of Blue Water. And you'll also get Evangelion 2.22 DVD. And while we're at it, what the heck, special features, and you will get the first 3 discs of Digimon Season 1. Yeah, all coming to you. Is that all? Oh. And I'll also throw in, I believe, the first disc of Razafon and Appleseed, the first Appleseed CGI film. All that going towards the top of the list, and that is going to be, see here, that is going to be Dark Realm 51. Dark Realm 51, you're at the top of the list. You are the winner of the massive box set of anime ridiculousness. So, Dark Realm, if you could please give me your country and state or province or city. Country as well as state/province/city, just so I know who you are when you email me, and I don't send this to somebody else. So Dark Realm 51, please tell me what that is, and as usual, the comments are lagging quite badly behind my actual talking, so I'll have to wait a few minutes to see that. But congratulations, Dark Realm, you are the winner of all that freaking anime. Because I want to get it all out of this house, because it's been sitting in there for like 6 months while I wanted to give away it in bits and pieces, and I didn't, and it was expensive. And this way it all goes in one fell swoop, and I pay shipping once, and it's all done. And I'll have to figure out something else to give away for other things. Van Riley, you want to see my entire anime collection? I will do that. So Dark Realm, you're in Ontario. Good. Shipping will be slightly less ridiculous. So Dark Realm, email me at brent@talkingtovideo.net with your mailing address. I think I may have gotten it at some point. I think you may have won something at some point, but email it again. That way, I see it in my inbox. And congratulations, and you will get a huge old box of anime, and I'll try to send it to you in a box that I did not buy Japanese adult products in. So there you go. Congratulations there. Very cool. So you want to see my anime collection? Actually. and that's not counting fan subs. Yeah, I used to keep the boxes until I hit 400 or so. That's 990 DVDs and Blu-rays. So yeah, there got to be a point where I literally did not have the space. And I have a rather large hard drive with all my fan subs on it too. So there's a whole other set of that stuff as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's an obsession. And of course, that's also obviously that's only anime. I mean, manga is double stacked plus I don't know if you can see it. Well, actually, I can just show you. Sorry for the shaky cam. This is kind of caught. And that's a whole nother bookshelf of manga over there, and there's another couple of shelves over there as well. So yeah, I have 300 volumes of manga, something like that. Actually, I can tell you. I keep track. Just pull up my catalog here. 366 volumes of manga, which spans a little over 100 titles, 112 titles. And I've read a total of 420 volumes, so a few from the library as well. Yeah, well, and to that point, rock and roll. The problem with these binders is they start to fill up, and then I have to get space for all of the different DVDs and spread them out, and keeping them all in alphabetical order is a challenge. I mean, I end up having to then push 200 DVDs down by 4 slots, and so I try to keep spaces between them and all that kind of stuff. But there are often times when I'm shifting a lot of discs between sleeves and hoping they don't get scratched up too much. So yeah, I am nowhere near the expert on manga that I am on anime, but I have a good number of manga. See you, Dark Devil. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, so open discussion. So I'm gonna stay awake for a little while longer. What do you guys want to talk about? Let me close the windows because one of the neighbors has started idling his engines and all that good stuff. I wonder, can I actually, if I can, I can put a link in the description while I'm looking at the page. It's pretty cool. Make a whitelist of all my titles. Well, I have I have a catalog of all of my anime and all my manga. So I already have web pages that keep all that stuff. That already exists. Wow. See you, Claim. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I definitely want to do something with this book club idea and see if there's a way for us to do that collaboratively. Throw a bunch of ideas up there. And please all, create accounts on the wiki. So something I wanted to mention is feel free to go to that wiki, and you should be able to create an account. Just register on there. So go on there and have fun. Start filling things out as desired, and I'll keep an eye on it. So if any of you guys, if there's a problem, uh, if you do anything wrong, I can fix it. So don't worry about that. Want to get a space for Gunpla. Yeah, I get that. Although I don't keep the boxes, but I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I have a few Gunpla to put together actually, which I should do at some point. Be a fun Sunday afternoon activity, perhaps. Back, sitting right here. And I have a bear guy somewhere. I think it's a bear guy. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think you need an email conversation. Oh, actually, I don't know about that, Mecca. I was able to. I created my account in a different way because I installed the software. That's a good question. I don't know how long it'll take to get the email, or if you need it. Did I think I would continue doing this after 5 years? I didn't think one way or the other about whether I keep doing this 5 years later. I thought I'd do it for as long as it was fun, or for as long as it was useful and helpful to people. And it appears to be that. It was, yeah, it was both of those things. It was I'll continue doing it as long as um, I can continue doing it sort of from a spiritual perspective where I didn't feel like hanging myself, and as long as it was useful and helpful. And after a while, after a couple of years, it got to be where I just couldn't sustain it intellectually or emotionally, and so I had to step away. But then it came back. One of the nice things about this whole seasonal thing too is that even though I do burn out at some point within this whole schedule, I can then just add another few months onto a hiatus to get some more space. But it doesn't mean that I'm gonna, I have to do these indefinite hiatuses anymore until I'm just like, okay, I'm completely done. Part of it is, I mean, it's funny. The script for any of my video reviews are maybe a page and a half of big text. There's not really much content to my video reviews in terms of like written material. So I could just write these things out very quickly and they'd just be there and they'd be done. But folks like video. Folks come to places like YouTube and they, this has value. Be a lot quicker, a lot easier if I just typed it up. But it's, you got to go to where people actually are. People actually are on YouTube. That's the reality. And thanks. I'm glad to hear these things are still useful to people. Still helpful. You do what works. Yeah, but you never know how long anything's gonna last. I've been at jobs where I thought I'd be there for 30 years and I was there for 2. I've been at places where I never thought I'd stay and I stayed for 5 years. Um, you do your best wherever you are for as long as you can. Well, thanks, Mozone. I'm glad to hear that. That's comforting to know that I've passed on interesting stuff. It's also changed over time too. When I first got started, no one wanted me to review um, obscure shows no one had heard of. And of course, YouTube was a little different back then too. But also, there was much less interest in anything that was not mainstream. And now that I've gotten to where I am, folks are a lot more interested. And in fact, there's probably more interest, I would say now, in my recommending or talking about more obscure titles than there is in my talking about, Attack on Titan or whatever is the big show of the moment. Folks seem to enjoy that sort of recommendation engine element of it, and I don't want to turn this into Brett the Human Jukebox, where it's just, hey, recommend an anime to me, Boogie Pop Phantom. But it is interesting seeing how the overall view has changed over time, where that's more valuable now than it used to be. It seems. What made my channel successful? Heck if I know. I have no idea. I don't. And successful is an interesting statement. I mean, by many standards, I am not successful. I've not successfully monetized. I don't get a lot of views on my videos. Like my most successful. Let me see. My most successful video of all time was, I think, my Gundam Unicorn Episode 1 review. Let's go to my lifetime stats. Let's see if that's still true. Yeah, my most successful video of all time was my anime review Gundam Unicorn Episode 1, which has a grand total of 27,000 views. By YouTube standards, you start at 1 million to have a significant number of views. So in that sense, I'm not successful. Now, yeah, it's my fault, but I don't have any notable cred among other reviewers. People, I don't know of anyone else really talking about me, so that doesn't really help. So I don't know. I mean, I consider myself to be successful because I have interesting conversations with interesting people, and people like what I do, and I get a lot of positive feedback. And folks are generally respectful, and I can say things and people think about it. So I don't know. I think that's an interesting question. To be honest, I think a lot of what made it successful was me hanging around. I have 665 videos. I have, let me see here. I have 785 videos. Wow, 785 videos. That's kind of crazy. And so it was producing a lot of things that helped, and continuing to experiment and try different things, see what happened. Yeah, if anyone wants to code up a Flash jukebox, a Flash Brent anime jukebox, I will voice it. I'll record the voice stuff for that. That'd actually be a fun project, wouldn't it? Good. Someone else found Revius. 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 So, funny story about Revius. I wrote and recorded a Digging Deeper on Infinite Revius for Season 2 of Otaku no Video. And I lost the files after assembling it. I spent 7 hours assembling that video and lost the files, and had to spend another 4 hours reassembling it from the footage. I had to re-import all the footage, both my footage and the anime footage, and assembled it again and put it on my channel, only to find out I had already done a Digging Deeper on Revias 2 years ago. So I ended up having to delete that entire thing that I had spent probably a total of, I don't know, 12 hours writing and recording and assembling, because I'd already done it and I totally forgot. It had completely slipped my mind. The plus side being that in doing this, I spent a lot of time rewatching Elements of Revias and uh, being again impressed with how much that show accomplished. So that's a good point. I do have a good number of subscribers. By anime standards, certainly. Do I have any stats? I forget how YouTube displays that stuff now. Let's see here, analytics, engagement, subscribers. Yeah, so I have about 4,500 subscribers. That's certainly a good number. And again, a lot of that comes from just hanging around for a long time. Folks, folks subscribe and then forget to unsubscribe, which helps. But yeah, definitely that's certainly true. I get a good number of those. How do I go to just the comments on this video? I don't know that I can. Oh wait. Oh, no. But yeah, the numbers are just weird. I don't get a lot of video views, but I have a fair number of subscribers, and I get a lot of engagement on my videos. A good number of comments, so that's good. It is strange. Life's strange. Excuse me. Mm. So good. So we've got some good ideas for next season. So we'll definitely move forward on the wiki. And I got a lot of work to do on that, just in cleaning it up and making all the images work, stuff like that. But I'm hoping to see you guys also help out with that somewhat as well. As you guys have time and interest. But it'd be cool to get those some of those pages up and get some content up there. Actually, I don't like the word content. But get some reviews, get some stuff folks will find useful, and see how far we can build it. Like I said, I mean, ideally that could turn into a just generally purpose useful intelligent review site. For a long time now, I've said my tagline is intelligent reviews and analysis of anime, manga, and their industries, and that's what I try to do. But we can all do that as a group, and we can all build that up and create a really useful site. Pretty cool. Ah, you like the rants. See, that's one of the things. A lot of people like rants. A lot of people like the emotional videos. I like my Skycrawlers review. It's pretty high concept, but that's one of the ones that I will rewatch and laugh at. The problem with the emotional ones, well, I don't get that emotional over anime. I get passionate, but I don't get, jump up and down that much. And I don't want to become that guy with the glasses. As awesome as he is, as funny as he is, uh, you know, it's fun to do for those things that deserve it, if you will. I'm not denigrating those videos at all or anything about them. It's just, it's something that I'll continue to do sporadically. Yeah, they're definitely fun. It's fun to do a video where I'm
acting like an insane Muppet. One of these days, I got to bring back the puppets. Actually, you know, they deserve more time in the sun. The puppets are really cool. I just don't have a good use for them. But Ronald is, you know, Ronald's been telling me he'd like to do another video, so we'll have to see. But Ronald's definitely up for something. And I certainly wouldn't mind finding a style of video that is a little more passionate, but it just doesn't seem to be me. I don't know. Part of it too is, and it might be that the eventual trend for my channel is that I move away from reviews towards those analysis videos where just jumping up and down doesn't make sense. You know, where I'm just doing primers and I'm doing the more thoughtful stuff where it just makes sense for me to be sitting there explaining things calmly. Possible. Again, the reviews are kind of easy and they're fun, and they help point people to a better model for reviewing. Who knows? Well, it's funny. I have a handful of puppets that would be, and I'm looking at them now, that I bought specifically to use in ONV videos. But I did the one video involving like the four different puppets all talking together, and there are mixed reactions there. And I couldn't find a way to use them again that wasn't very gimmicky. I need to find a way of using them that feels a little more natural instead of just throwing them into a video. Maybe we'll do something with them at some point, but that's I got nothing on that just yet. Might be fun to do something completely like non-analysis with them actually. Tell little stories with them, allegories, allegories about anime and manga. I'm a magical girl. I'm your cute sidekick. That's actually a thought. Is to do every magical girl show with puppets and just have them. Okay, that's I'm gonna think about that. I'm writing that down. That's interesting. So the first video you saw was the thoughts on. Oh yeah, the thoughts on the Tokyo Youth Ordinance Bill Amendment and all that stuff. See, that's interesting, Eric. A lot of folks come to me through my Lane video. Apparently, a lot of folks are searching for, I don't understand Lane, and they stumble across like my Lane. What did I what did I just watch video? Things like that. And I've gotten a lot of comments on that video and that series saying, "Thank you, I came across your channel and this really helps me." So that does seem to be a common attack vector, if you will, a common introductory vector for my channel. And I'd love to replicate that success, but there are not a lot of other shows where that makes sense. It's like it's pretty clear what's going on in Bleach or Summer Wars or what have you.
I hope my email is set up correctly for that. If not, I may have to play around. It should be able to send email. For the wiki. The Gundam Primer. Okay, that's where you got started. It's interesting seeing where folks got their start on here. Lane videos, Have Any Renmei review. So Have Any Renmei, that would be another good one to do a what did I just watch video. Note that down. I could do a whole series on that, couldn't I? Um, I'm gonna note that down. Yeah, Lane's just so fun for that. Lane can be interpreted in so many different ways. So it's I've always found it interesting to see other people's views on the series. I get very different reactions from it, but you don't get that so much with um, Kiki's Delivery Service. You know, pretty straightforward. The Gundam videos, yeah. Gundam could use some analysis videos actually. I don't know. There's a lot of folks. Excuse me. It really gets into sort of the mythological side of Gundam. The kind of hero's journey that Gundam characters tend to go through, but the very modified hero's journey, where it hits a lot of just the Joseph Campbell side of things, but in a Japanese way, and using some Japanese um, storytelling tropes, which is quite interesting. That'd be fun to talk about. Oops. And then that'd be a good one. See Destiny. Cool. Was I surprised the Fairy Tail anime returned unlike Bleach? No, because I don't care about shonen. Frankly, I just I don't follow it enough to be surprised by what happens in there. I honestly don't know how popular Fairy Tail is compared to Bleach, so I don't really have any insight to that. So that's interesting, Alfred. There are a lot of folks who have that as well. That you know, they get into a YouTube uh, 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 they get into a YouTuber by just going through a bunch of videos at once and checking them out that way. I like that with a lot of folks, where I just watch a lot of videos. Not that I watch many folks on YouTube, but those times when I have. So Dark Realm. Let me check. Yes, I got your email. And wow, a whole bunch of votes on the ONV season 3 rule. Did more people vote on that? No, just the 10. Huh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So yes, I got your email. I will mail this stuff out as soon as I can. And exactly, I cannot get into Shonen series because that's just 300 episodes is what 11 26 episode anime series or 22 13 episode anime series that I'm giving up to watch that Shonen series. Nah. And again, if that was my or our interest, fine. But no, I don't think so. Not for us. One second. Thirsty. Sorry for the delay. few things to take care of downstairs before I went to bed. I so rarely have soda. Oh, this just hits the spot. In case you're wondering, by the way, here's how those peanuts ended up turning out. There, your cinnamon sugar peanuts. Mm. Yeah, and I mean, Digimon isn't really shonen; it's Kodomo. As impressive as it is, it's really Kodomo. Thanks. Yeah, the globe is cool. I don't know if I've ever shown you guys. Get out of the way. That globe is my friend. So I have a friend who marathon Bleach, and he recommended that I watch some pieces of it, and I tried, and I'll give him this: the episodes did have some strong emotional resonance. There were some big emotional beats in them. I couldn't really get into the show, but I could appreciate the idea of skipping large chunks of it and only watching certain pieces of it. So I kind of saw where he was coming from there. And Bleach seems like a show where you can do that. So I don't know. I kind of can't imagine being that devoted to a show that you'll watch that much filler. Or that much stuff that you acknowledge is just not very interesting, but you got to watch the next episode. I just can't get that. Again, not trying to be judgmental. I can't do that myself. How do I feel about anime being turned into films? I don't really feel anything about it. It happens. It's been happening for decades. It's just part of the industry. I do think it's kind of, well, it's kind of odd because the movies are usually made for the people who watch the series, but they're also often compilation films. So I don't know quite what those fans are getting out of watching a 90-minute edit of the TV series when that's what the movie is, which it is a lot of the time. That said, I really appreciated the Evangelion films because they moved in a different direction. No, I have not seen 3.0 yet, but I'm watching those because they take a different tack with the show, and I want to see what they do there. You know, I'm all for that. See you, Valdis. Take care. So, so Count Mecca, I think you found something that needs to be examined about how, is Bleach all just penis envy? I mean, really, is that really what it's hiding? My sword is bigger than your sword. I'm only half joking about this. Just seems to me. And to be fair, rock and roll about your point, to a great extent, the reason they're hugely popular is because they're average. The popular is average by definition, almost. It's often not true, but generally speaking, something that appeals to the largest number of people is going to be something that's pretty average. In that sense of something that has broad appeal. And again, there are certainly exceptions, but I don't watch those TV shows. So I don't know. That is one of the problems with seeking popularity. I've had a guy who told me he wanted to be a really excellent reviewer, and he wanted to review movies. He wanted to be a really great reviewer. And then he told me that he only watched films that had at least a 90% Rotten Tomatoes rating. And I was like, well, yeah, I kind of understand where you're going there. And the thing is, he didn't say that's where I'm getting my education. He said, I refuse to watch anything else. That's all I'll watch, period, even for my own, viewing. I'm like, so basically you're giving up your own. I didn't say this to him, but I felt like saying you are not exercising any taste, basically. Um, or more accurately, you're letting the masses dictate what you can or cannot watch. No. The Eva films are different because A, Hideaki Anno can do that. B, because he wants to do that. I think he's revisiting those works with the light of experience and with the light of just rethinking how he approached it. And three, because doing so makes lots of money and controversy and discussion and drives people up the wall. And being controversial is one of the things that Evangelion does. So it makes money. Mm. Cold, sweet bubbles. Ah, yeah, it's really weird. And again, I totally respect the idea of saying, um, you know, if someone said, I want to understand what makes the great films. And so I am going to read. I'm going to watch all the movies in Roger Ebert's great movies list. Or I'm going to watch all of the top 100 movies on Rotten Tomatoes, whatever. I get that. I totally understand that. If it's part of getting an education about those films that are generally considered great, totally appreciated. I think it's a great idea actually. Um, but to say that you're only going to watch films that everyone else says are good, uh, there are so many films that you and I have, all of us have seen, um, that we just adore and that really spoke to us and are wonderful and don't have a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes, you know? It's just, that's not how art works. And we are talking art at some level. You know, Count Mecca, I agree. I kind of hope that the last Eva movie just ends with the whole instrumentality sequence, just frame for frame. That would be pretty cool. But right, a lot of folks don't like Lane. We also have the historical element to it too. You know, no one went to see um, Citizen Kane when it came out. Citizen Kane was a flop when it was first released, and it got, as I recall, mediocre. Well, actually, hot and cold reviews. It got some positive reviews, some negative reviews, but it was not a big thing when it came out, and it took a while for it to actually build its fan base. The Big Lebowski was a flop when it came out. Well, not flop. Again, but The Big Lebowski was it was certainly not a huge success, and now it's considered a classic, certainly a cult classic. Um, lots of things just do not do well initially, and are later seen for the works of art they are. So who's right? Actually, getting back to the Evangelion thing, it would be even better if not only do they reuse the original footage, they use like the original TV broadcast, like not cleaned up, like just go right back to the way it was originally done, scratchy footage and all. Just do that for the ending of the last Evangelion film. That would be awesome. That would be wonderful. Anime guy, I think it's up to you. I think they're very different. So I think you can watch either the original anime TV series or the movies. The movies aren't done yet. You know, they're still releasing the movies. So I think if you're going to do anything, I would probably go with the TV series just because you can get through it. You can finish it, and who knows how long. It's that at least gives you an endpoint. But yeah, no, exactly. Long lives rock and roll. Psycho was not particularly well known. Oh, it was well known, but again, there was it didn't do great, and the lead actor, man. And who knows how that'll change over time too. There are things that are hugely popular when they come out, or that are hugely popular 10 years later, and then just everyone forgets. The Oz books. The Wizard of Oz is based on a series of novels that were massively popular when they first came out, just huge successes, and nobody reads them anymore. You know, nobody remembers the name of the writer of the Oz books. Now, I'll be very interested to see how Anno ends these films because they appear appear to me to be a more thoughtful, more mature approach to that subject matter, where you're still dealing with immature, teenagers, mm, um, immature young people, and but you're dealing with, okay, what does that mean? Um, you're dealing with the consequences of that, and you're moving forward with that story in interesting ways. Again, it's kind of reworking that in a way that, in the light of experience, now you kind of know how to approach that. So I'll be interested to see if the ending is just a complete, pardon my French, mindfuck, or if it's, a full proper ending. If it's, we're going to do we're going to lead up to this big apocalyptic ending, and we're going to give you that big ending as we said we would. Um, and part of it too is, remember, well, and actually, okay, I can tell you what's going to happen, because, well, actually, so here's the thing. Evangelion was strongly inspired by an anime series called Space Runway Ideon from 1980, and the TV series of that ended very abruptly, and they came back and did a I'm sorry, a two movie thing, where the first movie basically retells the TV series, and the second movie ends with, oh, so this is telling us. The second movie ends with this. It goes in a completely different story direction and ends with this very sort of spiritual ending, much like Evangelion: Death and Rebirth and End of Evangelion. Um, this new the new Evangelion movie series was announced not long after Yoshiki Tomino came back and did his remake of the Zeta Gundam TV series. So he took the Zeta Gundam TV series and made a three-movie sequel that reanimated much of that. And what he did with that is it tells the same story in that case, but the ending is completely changed. And the ending is, I would argue, um, more mature and thoughtful. It's a much less shocking ending than the original Zeta Gundam ending. Well, it's still shocking, but it goes in a different direction. Um, so I suspect these Evangelion films will go in that direction. Now they're definitely completely rebooting the way that the Ideon movies did, but I think that they're gonna he's gonna give it a proper ending. He's gonna give it a satisfying ending, given where they're going story wise. I suspect. Excuse me. Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's a great example. Yeah, of a show that was um, not very popular when it first came when it aired. It had a strong fan base, but it did not get a massive following. And then that built and built, and it got huge critical praise. Blah 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 blah. Sorry, huge critical praise. And then Legend of Korra came out, and that did pretty well. And now we're starting to see that kind of quasi backlash of saying that, okay, that was a strong show, but it had its flaws. I was very impressed with Avatar, for what it's worth. Um, I have not seen the Wizard of Oz anime. I was not aware there was a Wizard of Oz anime. Well, remember the Zeta Gundam movies basically aren't canon, so I don't worry about that Dark Realm. Um, the Zeta Gundam movies are basically a cash grab. They're a way of exploring the continuity in a different way, but I don't think they really change canon. 'Cause I agree with you plot wise. You're absolutely right that it implies that Zeta Gundam isn't going to happen. Double Zeta Gundam isn't going to happen because of all of the, well, as we know, without getting into spoilers. But I mean, it means they have to basically change the storyline of Double Zeta dramatically. But I mean, um, we know from Unicorn that certain elements of Double Zeta certainly happened. So Double Zeta is definitely canon. And by the way, I can say that the Zeta movies were a cash grab because Tomino told me in person, which you know, sounds insane, but it actually happened. That was quite the experience. Oh, there it is. I'll come back. I don't know. My soda bottle rolled under the table, never to be seen again. Just got a comment on Princess Mononoke. The comment is, I respect Mononoke on a technical level, but I think it's kind of boring. Okay. Hmm. Tamino definitely does not hold back. Well, and he's kind of I mean, he obviously enjoys being a little controversial in public. And why not? He's proved himself. He's done everything he needs to. I wonder, the new Tamino series, that's an OVA, right? Well, the other question too is, I mean, how much will he be actually directing? You know, how much will he be involved in the day to day of that show? He's got to be pretty up there age wise now. And yeah, I'm not saying that he couldn't. I'm saying yeah, how many hours is he going to spend in the office working on that? Is he going to spend the 60 hours that most directors spend? Eh, we'll see. Oh, I don't know. They need to remake Double Zeta. I think Double Zeta stands just fine on its own. If they remade it for today, they couldn't show as much lowly nudity. Maybe they could. Maybe all that with all the nudity they have today, the stuff with Elfie Peru isn't as shocking anymore. Certainly shocked me. Oh, it's a full series. Yeah, yeah. It's the Gundam the Origin thing. It's the OVA. Thankfully, I mean, if you're going to explore Universal Century, then please don't do a 50 episode series. That's what kind of killed Universal Century back in the day. So I wonder if the Reconquista, which I think we're gonna have to call it from now on, Gundam Reconquista, is I wonder if it's gonna be a 50 episode series, or if they're gonna take
The double O approach, or what? Or the I'm sorry, the Gundam Build Fighters approach. Maybe it's time for 26 episode main Gundam series. Would not be the first Tomino 26 episode series, and Overman King Gainer is 26. We'll see. And Tomino definitely doesn't need 50 episodes to tell a story. And a lot of his shows are fairly padded out. I did not watch Nagino Asakura yet. No. I do have it. I do have Nagino Asakura downloaded though. Some percentage of it. Oh, I don't know, Dark Realm. I think if he wants to do his own Attack on Titan, I'm interested to see how folks do that. You know, I want to see how folks take on a premise and go in their own direction with it. Tomino is nothing if not interesting. He always puts his own stamp on stuff. Look at Overman King Gainer. And I want to finish Brain Powered now. Now that I've gotten some distance from it, um, and I enjoyed the first 5 episodes that I watched. I was into it. You just have to get ready to be dropped straight into a huge amount of stuff going on, and you kind of got to wade through it. But it definitely keeps you entertained and intrigued. I mean, there's certainly a lot to absorb in from what I saw of Brain Powered. Um, I have this sneaking suspicion that Brain Powered is actually like his best work, and just nobody's willing to do the brain work to realize it. It's just buried. I think that everyone assumes it's a hot mess, but there's actually it actually fits together. And I realize that's very arrogant about other people who watch Gundam, and I don't mean it that way. I just mean that I wonder if Brainpower doesn't really make a little more sense than the average reviewer implies, or that the average viewer takes away from it. If there isn't actually a lot there, if you just keep your mind open. There definitely is a lot going on in Brainpowered, which is why I think there's got to be more there than folks give it credit for. Um, I don't doubt that he tried to cram too much into it, but it's kind of like my view on F91. I feel like that is a perfectly serviceable film. It's a perfectly watchable film. It's not terribly confusing. And people are like, oh, it was meant to be a TV series, and you can totally tell. Well, you can kind of tell if you're a hardcore Gundam fan. But it works as a film. It's perfectly fine. So I wonder if Brainpowered isn't getting um, a little bit of groupthink going on with Brainpowered. Do you think there should be more original anime stories than a read the manga ending? Are you sick of anime being an ad for the manga? Um, no and no. Um, I don't really go in for shoulds because shoulds imply all sorts of things that I'm not qualified to answer and that I can't know the answers to. You know,
and should generally come down to personal preference. Here's the thing. I that would be a problem if I had read the original manga before reading the anime or before watching the anime, but I generally don't. Um, I didn't read Lucky Star before watching the anime. I don't know if you guys do. Do you guys go off and watch and read the manga for every anime out there before you watch the anime? I don't, and I'm cool with that. So I don't really. It doesn't matter to me whether it's an adaptation of a manga or not. What matters to me is if it adapts to anime effectively. So to me, I really don't care. And the fact that the anime is an ad for the manga has worked pretty well for a couple of decades now. So I don't see why I should have any problems with that. It works, and it's giving us more anime. So. Yeah, the opening of Brain Powered is something of a shock. It's this sort of glam rock song with every female character, flying around naked, and it's just like, okay, that's not what I expected, and that's pretty ballsy. I definitely remember that opening sequence, though. I mean, it's and of course then in turn A, the the first ending sequence involves the main character flying around naked, and it's a boy, which I wonder if that wasn't a little bit of a callback to Brain Powered. I mean, to me, a lot of that question is kind of like, um, do you, uh, is it bad that the Marvel movies are based on comics? Why should it be? If the movie works, if the movie's entertaining, and the movie holds together, if the plot makes sense, who cares if it was based on a comic or not? That doesn't make the movie bad. Yeah, see, I really don't give a flying leap about what each of the fan bases feel. You know, fan fan arguments are masturbation. Let's be honest. It's angry masturbation. Now that we're talking about hentai, I feel uh, I feel free to use some of these analogies. It's just people screaming in each other's faces about something that really does not matter. That really is a waste of everyone's time. I mean, lest we forget, Blade Runner is very little like the book, so obviously that sucks. Who cares how different it is? Who cares? As long as it works, as long as it, you know, makes sense as a story, as long as it has compelling characters, as long as all those pieces come together in a way that it makes sense. Fine.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand why fans have a need to scream and yell about things. And maybe it's just age. I mean, I'm sure I did that when I was 15, 20 years old. Um, I'm sure I got really up in arms about how things worked, and I wrote long articles on Usenet, and I've just forgotten that side of me at the time. But I do something else. Watch more anime. I literally want to, and it's rude and it's not helpful, but I really want to wade into these things and say, stop. Go back and watch original Macross, original Gundam, watch Astro Boy, you know, educate yourselves about the industry and about how things have evolved over time instead of yelling at each other about how things are or are not in this season's shows. But yeah, exactly. The Ghost in the Shell movie, original Ghost in the Shell movie. Well, it's I wouldn't say it's nothing like the manga. It extracts the Puppet Master storyline from the manga, and tells that and only focuses on one particular emotional, one particular one particular tone of the manga and ignores all the comedy and all the detective stuff really. So it just adapts these little pieces of the manga. But yeah, it's not exactly a terrible film. Yep, Akira. Hello. Akira is not a faithful adaptation of the manga. Oh, excuse me, Dark Realm. No, the real Harem King is Tenchi Muyo. Thanks, rock and roll. Take care. But yes, entitlement is a pernicious disease that infects anime and a lot of fandoms. Let's be honest. But yeah, there's this idea that fans feel that they deserve some particular type of adaptation. It's just strange to me. And feel that if they get the wrong adaptation, that destroys the original. The original is now tainted. Bizarre. And that's one thing I've never gotten a good answer for. People who say, "Oh, that ruined the original." How? And when I ask people that, and I ask it honestly, they literally there's nothing behind that. They just feel like it's ruined. They can't point to anything about it that makes it ruined. They just insist that now they can't enjoy the original. Why the f not? You're telling me you can't forget? Bizarre. Actually, Love Hina was an adaptation of the harem genre that was laid down. I mean, you could argue that the harem genre really started back with, say, Urusei Yatsura and Maison Ikkoku back in the late 70s with Rumiko Takahashi works. Well, late 70s, early 80s. But then Tenchi really um, created the genre as a genre. Maison Ikkoku and Yatsura were kind of prototypes, but they didn't really create a set of girls around the main character. Um, there were there were girls around the main character, but none of them were serious, romantic rivals. Tenchi was the first to say, okay, all these girls are interested in the main character to various degrees. Who will he end up with?
who will survive. Yeah, I mean, give people, well, and that's a weird thing is you claim to be a hardcore, massive fan of a work, of a book, say, and then the movie comes along, and um, and it's a movie that you like, weren't sure about, but just watching that movie was enough to kill your love of the book. Really? That just doesn't make sense. You can't possibly separate the two experiences. No, something's wrong there. But yeah, that's the thing, Eric, is that it's like they can't forget the fact that this thing exists and thus offends their sensibilities so much that they can't they can't separate the two. But it's like that's not good. That's pretty emotionally stunted. Maybe not emotionally stunted, but there's something there's some issues for you to work through if you can't see that. Love Hina actually is, as far as I know, the first series that actually evolved the harem genre into the idea that the guy's surrounded by girls, but there's really one girl that he's seriously interested in, or that they're clearly pointing at these two characters for their for the relationship, whereas before it was more will they won't they, and that's gone on to become a much more standard trope. So Darkroom, I figured out Stargazer, and I don't know if I mentioned this. Stargazer was an experiment. Stargazer was throwing together um, a bunch of story ideas and throwing them on the internet to see if anyone would watch it. Because I had the same reaction. Stargazer confused me utterly, and I was really um, confused to the point of anger, where I was like, why would you put this out? Why, in Seed and Seed Destiny, say what you will, they have plot. They move from one plot point to the next. There's stuff happening, and yes, it can go in lots of different directions. But there's not a lot of um, dropped plot points. I'll put it that way, where they just, oh yeah, we introduced this guy and then completely forgot about him. Um, in other words, Seed and Seed Destiny are not sloppily plotted in that sense, and Stargazer just a complete mess of a plot. But as I discovered, Stargazer was just, hey, let's try throwing things on the internet and see what happens. And so here are three basically disconnected stories. We're gonna kind of weave in some stuff. Um, so yeah, that's why Stargazer is such a hot mess. Not to excuse it, but that that kind of makes some more sense. Well, the thing is, Hell Plus is that that assumes that Anno has a completely consistent um,
viewpoint, and that he, his opinion has never changed. I don't think that's accurate. I think Anno's views change over time. I also suspect that the new Evangelion movies are a cash grab to an extent. Well, even more specifically, I suspect the new Evangelion films are an attempt to finance Studio Kara, his new anime studio. That he's like, I have this franchise, I want to start a new anime studio. I'm gonna do it with my most well-known work, so I'm gonna do these movies, and that'll bring in the money, so we can then do other stuff. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true. It's just that would explain why he's coming back to this well at this point. Well, and you're certainly right, Alfred. That fan base can seem threatened if a more popular adaptation of a thing comes along that is not an effective adaptation of the original material. Um, I guess part of my problem is this has been going on for a century. You know, we've had film adaptations of books for a century that don't live up to the book. So the idea, well, again, a little less than a century, but you really think you're the first person this has ever happened to? I guess that's the emotional immaturity part for me. That these people freak out and you know these people think they act as though they think that this adaptation should be accurate to the original work, and it almost never is. So that's an interesting comment, Hell. How are Anno's views and Eva's views different? I mean, Anno is the arbiter of the views espoused in Evangelion. So how are those different? And I'm not challenging you. I'm curious. I think there's something there, and I want to know what you mean by that. And hello, Miniman. I can't honestly think of an adaptation, novel to movie or whatever, that accurately captured the original work. I don't think that can be done. I think you can make something that is very similar, but I don't think you can do something that is like the original. And yeah, that even ignores all the budgetary concerns. But also, it's just like they're different mediums. They're not going to act the same. The stories aren't going to move the same way. You can't get things across. Folks have tried to adapt Dune,
and it's a very interior novel. There's lots of stuff inside the characters' minds where even if you did try to, freeze frame and just have monologue going on in the character's mind, there's still stuff going on outside of that, presumably as they're thinking. It, um, that inner monologue inside the book is happening at the speed of thought, deliberately. So you can't do that in the movie because other stuff is happening. The time doesn't work. So, and then also gets into the whole thing of, so you want to sit in the theater for 2.5 hours and watch exactly the same thing you already read. Why? Just read the freaking book. As I think accurate adaptation is a fool's errand. I don't think you can ever be truly accurate. And more specifically, I think the definition of accuracy varies from person to person. Different people care about different elements of it, and so you can't satisfy all of those different versions of accuracy at once. Why don't a lot of harem anime characters ever end up with anyone? Um, hmm. Well, first off, that depends on your definition of ever. I mean, plenty of harem protagonists have ended up with a girl by the end of the show, or by the end of one of the shows. Tenchi famously, Love Hina. It's happened. They drag it out for a while, because that's the show. That's the premise. The reason that Ichigo doesn't win in episode 10 is because it's a fighting show. He needs to keep on fighting until he reaches the final boss. That's just that's the nature of it. Is that the characters, a harem series is about a character surrounded by girls without, or members of the opposite sex, and not choosing and not going anywhere. As soon as the character chooses, the show is over. So that's why I think. Indeed, Tenchi famously had to basically pretend that Tenchi Forever didn't happen, for the franchise to go on. Yeah, see, I did not find the movie to be close to the original much at all. And I don't know if I'm a hardcore fan of Watchmen, but I did not see them similar. Like, I know Mushishi is considered to be. I mean, they were trying to make Mushishi a panel for panel, shot for shot remake of the manga. I didn't read the manga, so I can't verify that. And folks have said that, yeah, yeah, pretty much. Okay, but I don't. I still I suspect that's not going to be exactly accurate. So I have not watched Evangelion, and I have no intention to. I will say that what you're saying, and I find it very interesting what you're saying there, Hal. Is I guess I don't believe in endings. I don't believe that any given ending that a story comes to is the ending. It is the only possible ending, and that there can't ever be any other interpretation of or reworking of that ending. You know, you can certainly have an effective ending, a complete ending. You can certainly have an ending that, you know, satisfies all of the questions and the plot points that go into that. But I don't believe in any ending that is that precludes other um, progression on that. I guess that's where we disagree on that. I certainly agree, so I don't sound too much like a jerk. That End of Evangelion certainly does, from what I can tell, you know, end it. It is this completion of that story of all that stuff. I totally get what you're getting there. That EOE was this period at the end of the sentence. I'm just not convinced that that is the last word necessarily. But again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Well, see, I disagree with that. You're certainly true that people change and people grow and they define, and that films and series, you know, do evolve. But by that definition, then the end of the TV series is the end of the TV series. That ended it. That was that was how Anno decided to end the TV series. The movies cannot be the finale, because that was the TV series. So I think you can always come back to something and re-examine it, and a story can be expanded, a story can be reworked. I think I appreciate where you're coming from, that you know, Evangelion built up to that to that, and those movies turned into a very effective finale. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I see where you're coming from there. Again, I'm not convinced that that is the last word that can possibly be said about Evangelion, I guess. Yeah, and not just the story can continue, the story can be revisited and reinterpreted. Wizard of Oz is a good example. You know, the original Judy Garland Wizard of Oz doesn't have to be the only version of the Wizard of Oz that exists. You can do a play of Wizard of Oz. You can do another movie of Wizard of Oz. You can bring in other story. You bring in other bits of that story. You can interpret it in different ways. You know, I think that's doable. As perfect as a story can be. And I think it's one of the cool things, actually, is that a new adaptation can come in and you can compare it to the original version and say, okay, you know, what does this do? What are the results of that? You know, famously, going back to Oz, there was a movie in the '90s called Return to Oz, which is based on one of the other Oz stories, but took a much darker, creepier approach to it, and audiences really disliked it because they said that, you know, it was more accurate to the books and the tone of the books, but people had come to appreciate the lighter tone of the original movie. And so it turns out that dark tone, as accurate as it was, or as not even as accurate, but it was intentional. They wanted to make this darker movie, but it turns out that the audience that was the wrong choice given the audience's expectations and interest in a subject. You know, not necessarily a wrong choice artistically, but a wrong choice in terms of the audience. I think it's interesting. So X225W, the rebuild movies are heavily hinted to be sequels to the original series, but that's still not, as far as I know, it's not officially confirmed within the movie continuity. Hey Doom Guy, am I excited for the new Tomino Gundam series? I wouldn't say I'm excited in terms of emotionally. I'm curious to see where it's going. I haven't watched any of the clips or any of the material for it yet, so I don't know what to expect visually. I'm curious. I'll be interested. Okay, so I think I see where you're going there, Hell. So see if I get this accurately. The end of Evangelion basically says that um, what it states is all that needs to be said, and that the fans shouldn't want anymore. That anything more would be superfluous. Well, again, I go back to the original thing where I think that was Anno's intention at the time, but I think he's changed his mind. I think he said I think he now has more to say than he had to say then. At least that's what I suspect. That I think that was basically Anno saying, stop obsessing over this work. But now he's realized, oh, I actually didn't tell that work as effectively as I wanted to. Or you know, I have a different perspective on that story. Oh, there we go. So I totally appreciate where you're coming from there, where it's um, uh, you know it is trying to be sort of not producing more. But I'm suspecting Anno's. I don't think Anno is that pure. I'll put it that way. Are there any spring anime I'm interested in? I have no idea what's coming up for spring. Oh no, actually I went through the list. There are a few that and again I'm not excited, particularly, but there are some that are interesting. Be curious to see how Mushishi 2 comes out. There are a few others that are interesting, but I'll have to watch them to find out. I don't know. It's always surprising. And here's the thing. As someone who's written various things, I'm reticent to believe that the ending, for example, that a writer came up with 10 years ago is necessarily the perfect ending. That the writer can't come back, you know, a couple of years later and say, you know, I should have done it this way. We've all done this. We've all realized, you know, the next day, shoot, this would be the best way of replying to that comment.
So yeah, I want to leave some space for creators to come back to their work and realize, you know, I have a different viewpoint, and I want to give them the space to at least try to see what comes out of that and see what the result is of their revisiting their work. I think it's a useful exercise. Sometimes it's just overthinking it. Sometimes you end up with something that's not as helpful. Sometimes that first guess was the right one. But I think that makes it more interesting to see folks look at how things are done. I don't know. Nah, it's not W to critique an incomplete work. I think there's stuff there to analyze certainly. There's a lot of stuff that's been laid out in the Evangelion the rebuild films that we can we can look at and say, oh, okay, that's why did she do that? So no, I think you're right to study it and take those and analyze it that way. But yeah, I think we'll certainly find out more in 4.0. We'll see. But yeah, I'd love to see Anno do more work besides Evangelion. I mean, my favorite of his works is His and Her Circumstances. I'd love to see him do that again. I think His and Her Circumstances is full stop brilliant. The work of genius. And ironically, to a great extent, because of what they did with instrumentality, I think they learned a lot about how to get across things at that time that they then used in shows like His and Her. Plenty of things he could do. Well, let's be honest. I mean, Anno is a mecha guy. This is definitely his wheelhouse. Heck, the first thing he ever animated was a giant robot, quasi-robot. A giant humanoid destruction machine, I guess would be what you call it. I need to watch Gunbuster. I've only seen Gunbuster the movie, which, as I understand, is sufficiently compressed that you don't get a really good sense of the OVA. The OVA's pacing is an important aspect to the overall experience. So one of these days, and I think I have a DVD of it somewhere or Blu-ray. Of course, there's a lot of anime I need to see. Always the way. Always the way. All right, guys, I am starting to even worse stumble over my words. So thank you all so much for this awesome evening. I have greatly enjoyed it. And thank you so much for all of your time and comments on Otaku no Video in general, as well as the future. Again, I'm doing this all for you guys to be helpful to you. So hopefully, as we move forward, it'll be fun. Hope you guys are able to uh, create accounts on the wiki and we're able to build that out. I'll be cleaning that up as we go and hopefully building some stuff out for everyone, and hopefully you all can find that useful and contribute to your own desires and interests.
I think that'll be fun, and then we're going to be moving forward to season 3 here in a couple months. And again, we'll be doing some monthly buffets. We'll experiment out with that, do some fun stuff, and see where it goes. So again, thank you all so much. This is awesome, and I will guess I'll see you in a month for the next buffet. So, okay, guys, see ya. Bye.